Good evening, everybody. It is time for the Usual Suspects halftime show. Right now, I've got my co-host Ninja Jedi Order below me. I've got Moon's Customary Jeremy to the right of me, and we have our very special and talented guest star Rei Kennex. Ray, how are you?
Hi. All good. Thank you. How are you guys?
Well, we're
Great,
honored to
great.
have you here.
Yeah,
Well, thanks
definitely
for
honored to
having
have you
me.
here.
Thanks for joining us.
So until the other guys show up, we're probably gonna do some Q&A if you're okay with that.
Sure.
So how long have you been into the Star Wars cosplay? Or
About
cosplay
four
in general, I
years.
guess.
4 years, because my first cosplay was Star Wars, so we can count it as the both of them. Initiation into cosplay was through Star Wars.
And what was your very first Star Wars cosplay?
The very first one was Jakku Rei.
Oh, nice. Nice.
It was a fun
Mike?
one.
That's a nice one. Yeah. Uh, I also saw that you do some singing. So, how long you've been singing, and what, you have any new projects coming up?
Yeah, singing. Yeah, some singing. You can call it that. That was my previous career before acting. I guess they just merged together.
Oh,
So I've been singing since college, I guess, but it slowly became a more and more professional endeavor for me. I started entering into all kinds of competitions and TV shows, and that's how it all began. And then acting came along, and I switched primarily to film.
hmm,
But yes, there is a music video in the works right now, and I'm coming back to doing soundtrack music as well, writing and recording. So there
awesome.
will be some new stuff coming out.
Can't wait to
Nice.
see it. It's cool.
It's always something creative. Sorry, my cat is trying to eat my cords here.
That's okay. It happens.
He's
My
a
dog's
lot.
just
Oh,
Usually my cat lays under my desk and tries to eat the cords. So I'm actually very glad that she's not tonight. So Jeremy, do you have a couple of questions you'd like to ask?
yeah. I was actually it was Jeff that sent me some of your stuff, and it was amazing. I'm just wondering how much of your do you do all your like build your own all your cosplay by yourself, like the costumes and everything?
it really depends on on the cosplay or on the character because some of them I did myself completely, and some of them I didn't. So I usually collaborate. If there's something very difficult, then I collaborate with professionals in the field who have all the equipment and who
Hmm.
have the facilities to do it. Because, like, let's say all of those chambers for drying plastic and stuff, I don't have that. And I don't need to
Yeah,
because there are other people much better than I will ever be, and it's my pleasure to create with them. So I think
Right.
it's always more fun.
awesome. Love
So I can
collaboration
focus.
efforts.
Yeah, I can focus what I'm the best at, and they can do their job. So together we create something.
Awesome.
Yeah, so what Jeremy is talking about is actually some of the photos that we shared on our private Facebook Messenger group between the group of us. And let me see if I can pull that up here, Mike. If you wanna just hold down the fort while I'm doing that.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm gonna look at the comments too. Yeah, I rewatched Fulcrum today, Ray. I watched. I must have watched it like
Yay!
3 times already, but I'm like, I wanna watch this again. 'Cause I
You
need-
can always find
Really,
some new nuggets in there.
to really
so,
get you excited for like the stuff that Star Wars is coming out with, of course. So with
oh, nice.
the Ahsoka show and everything like that. I love my big introduction was especially to the fan community was fan films like Troopers way back in the day before YouTube. So
That was a while ago.
I love fan films. It's always cool to see what people are creating.
Well, and I had actually seen the fan film Doom probably like 6 months ago, and did not even realize that you were Hera in that until you and I connected and we started talking. And I was like,
Yep.
wow, I remember that film and it was amazing.
I love that film. And everyone who worked on it is just coolest people.
Same
It was a
here.
lot of fun.
I didn't know. I watched it like as soon as it came out. I knew Ezra. I watch Star Wars in
Star
real
Wars
life.
in real life,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I knew of him, and that's how I found out about Doom. And then I was like, yeah, I didn't know anyone else yet back then.
Yeah, I just had a little cameo in there, but still, it was super fun.
Yeah.
So when you do like these fan films, are people actually like contacting you saying, "I've seen you do this cosplay," or could you play this character? If you haven't played the character, they get you to do the character before the film, or they see you do a character and then get you to do the
Well,
film.
there were only two fan films that I was in, and Doom was the first one. But since my friends were the ones who were making it, and yes, they knew I did Hera, and they knew I was acting as well. So Kiefer, who is the director, he asked me if I would want to be Hera in it, and of course I said yes, because Hera is my favorite Rebels character, and my good friend John is playing Kanan. So um, it was like a step up from our usual convention pictures, which is still
Oh,
fun, but
nice.
actually to play the character, of course I had to. And then the Fulcrum is my own project, so no one approached me for that. I was approaching people. But I do get a few requests every now and then about being in people's fan films, but nothing yet came out of it, I guess, because I really need to know the people who are working on it to decide whether I can come aboard and join it, because I'm a very opinionated when it comes to filmmaking, and I like to make my own content, whether it's pictures or films, and how I see it. And I know I can be very controlling, and
Mhm.
not everyone likes this. So usually, I just prefer to get people on board and make something together, but have it be it my project instead.
Cool.
Because sometimes, they're out of state, sometimes they're far. It's just hard to connect, even if I wanted to. Some of them are in Canada, so it's just too difficult to do. And even though we talked about it, it's still not very feasible. Yeah,
That's actually where I'm from, is Canada. So is Jeremy.
there you go.
Yeah.
So now directly below me, Ray, is the man, the myth, the legend, Fours FX Saber Sounds. All
Yes.
those lovely glow sticks that we all play with in the lightsaber hobby and the Star Wars cosplays. This man is responsible for creating some of those sound fonts that you hear people using on their sabers.
Yeah, that's incredible. I don't know how you
And
guys do that. It's
Hi, Ray.
magic.
It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
so we've just been asking her questions. Aaron, do you have any questions for Ray?
Let's go ahead and get through everybody first, just so that we don't double over in questions.
Well, we've already done a bunch of
Yeah.
questions, so feel free.
Yeah.
We'll come
All
back
right.
around.
So I guess the first question I have is, have you had the pleasure of doing any high-paid gigs yet? And by high-paid, I mean maybe something a little over $1,000, couple $1,000.
Well, it depends, because are you talking about one day $1,000, or throughout the whole months of production $1,000? Because there's all kinds of situations.
So more specifically to the point, like a single contract, like a photo shoot, something like that.
Well, my biggest paid work was singing so far. So yes, I did have those gigs. As far as acting, I have to really think about it. I did a few projects that took a while throughout the long time, so probably yes.
Excellent. Very good. And I had heard you were doing some voice work. What sort of voiceovers have you been doing? Have you been working on lately, or can you talk about them yet?
Yeah, I can because some of the latest projects are already out. So I do all kinds of things. I do commercial voiceover. I do animation voiceover characters. I'm working on an animation series right now with a Russian production, and I just did a little bit of voiceover for a video game for an app, and it's already out. And just had an audition guest today for a children's podcast. It's like a narration character work. So there's all kinds of things going on.
That's excellent. That's really great. Voice
Yeah,
acting is
I'm excited.
it's a major goal in my life. It's something I've always wanted to do and never really got into because just the location and
Yeah.
family comes first, and perhaps one day, now that we have a little more nicer media tools at our disposal, it shouldn't be as difficult as trying to find a major production studio and get in there and sort
Yeah,
of do
it's
that
all work.
thing. But
It's all home now.
I guess my final question, I've taken three, I'm so sorry. Have you had a chance to work on any sort of audiobooks?
No, I have not. I did narrate a very boring governmental, it almost was like an audiobook, but it was some kind of an educational thing about oil. So I'm very sorry for whoever has to listen to all of that. But
That's all
But it would
right.
make it more interesting if they knew it was you.
nah, they don't know. I don't think they're even Star Wars fans. If I read it in Ahsoka's voice, then that'd be interesting.
That would be
Yeah.
fun.
So,
Mhm.
Yeah. But
Well, thank
acting
you.
is sure. You're welcome. Acting is such a fun thing. Like going back to your question, sometimes the best projects are not the best paid projects, especially if you're not yet an established actor
Hmm.
like I am. I'm more or less of an aspiring semi pro, I guess, because like you said, high paid projects, the ones that are really high scale, it takes a little bit to get there in terms of experience and everything else. But sometimes even A-list celebrities say yes to projects that don't pay just because they want to be a part of it. If they really love the
Absolutely.
director or believe in a project. So it's not in any way a measure of a successful or a good project. I did a
Yeah.
More a
few
measure
work
of an
with my
artist
friends and
because
they did it for me, and it doesn't mean that it's any less than something. But of course, it'd be nice to get to the point where you can safely make a lot of money and invest it back into Star Wars stuff.
exactly.
It's a
yeah,
dream of many of us.
Yep.
Yep.
yeah. Well, that's kind of a lot of things where you. Well, it's definitely a thing about being it's the artist in you that has a passion for doing that sort of stuff. So when you are doing something you enjoy, then really the money's not something about it. It is definitely it's just more fun.
Yeah, it's what you care about. It's just what's the measure, of where you can consider yourself a professional. I guess if you're good at what you do and you get paid for it, you are a professional. But I always set the highest bar I can get, so I'm comparing myself to the top people in the industry. And of course, compared to them, I think, oh my goodness, I'm a beginner. I still have so much to work. But if I look back at people that um maybe back in Ukraine or whatever, they're just dreaming about things that I'm doing already. And compared to them, I'm so much further. So it's all relative.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Now,
I say.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I don't mean to steal the questions here. So this is actually very fascinating. Do you have any voices or characters that you've done recently, or even in the past, that we would recognize if you were to start voicing characters right now?
You would definitely recognize my hamsters.
Okay.
And it's so funny. Sometimes I get these very funny characters. They're like animals and they're cute. And my normal voice, it's more low, it's a little bit raspy. And so when I have to do the cute stuff, it's just hilarious. And you'd probably recognize that. And
So where are the hamsters from specifically?
the hamsters are from the app. It's called Hamsters Don't Swim. It's a game.
Okay.
It's a phone game. It's hilarious, and those hamsters do all kinds of sounds like surprised hamsters, terrified hamsters, excited hamsters. It's just a bunch of squeaking.
Everybody's like
Okay.
downloading it now. It's like
All right, that's really neat.
Yeah, but you'd probably my signature voice is my own voice. So the one that's a little bit more adult and serious and fits for all kinds of epic characters. But for some reason those animals happen every now and then. Especially
Yeah.
when I have to sing in those voices, it's just the funniest thing.
You gotta have fun.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with voice directors in the past, especially when I've gone to cons, and the number one advice they always give is if you're going to master any voice, master your own first.
Yes.
Be comfortable in that, and then you can stretch out into more or less your other ranges, not even so much impersonations, just a range of your own. Now, if your
Yes.
voice happens to fall into somebody else's range and you can mimic their voice, that's great. But I can't tell you how many times I've heard interviews or I've been a part of interviews where people have said, "Don't try to be somebody else. Work on yourself." And if you happen to sound like somebody else, then that's a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny to think about, because when you're watching something and you're used to an actor playing a character, when they have to be replaced, we automatically go to this place in our brains where we say, okay, well, the next person doing it better sound like this person. And what
Right.
we're failing to keep in mind is that the new actor isn't trying to sound like the last person. The new actor is trying to sound like the character. So, and that was a big controversy when they switched voice actors on the Pokemon series. Everybody wanted Brock to still sound like Eric Stewart, and he didn't. And people were all up in arms about it. And I don't know. I'm one of those folks who think on the first half of that. Like once a character is established, I think any future actors should try their very best to sound the same. It's just one man's opinion.
Mhm.
No, I agree. That's a valid point that if you know your own voice, then you know what you're capable of, and it's easy to dissect whenever you're hearing someone speaking. Oh, I can actually adjust my own vocal apparatus and sound more like them. And
Mhm.
some people are incredible at mimicking and impersonation. Some people are known for their own voice and they don't have to do anyone else. They don't even have to.
Exactly.
Yeah, and as for the character, I 100% agree with you. If there's a character that's established, um, you have to look for what vocally makes them, how they talk, what they put into those lines, their cadence, their tone, emotion in there. And then once you have that, then the tone is not as important as much. Just needs to look, it needs to sound familiar enough. But that's it.
So
you.
that brings me to my next question is, what was your inspiration for the voice for Ahsoka? Was it Rosario Dawson, or was it Ashley Eckstein, or was it just something that you came up with and this is your interpretation of how you thought Ahsoka would sound?
Well, I based my Ahsoka performance, all of it, on Rebels. And Rebels Ahsoka, the one that I have the outfit of, and a little bit of Clone Wars, because Fulcrum takes place right after the Clone Wars, before Rebels. So she still has a little bit of that Clone Wars snips, but already is moving towards Rebel Ahsoka, who is more mature. So I took a little bit of both, mostly Rebels, and of course Ashley's voice. But I also, since I'm not her and I cannot do 100% what she's doing, of course, I wanted to put a little bit of my own personality and my own take, because it's a live action performance. So it would be weird if a real person would move and talk exactly like the cartoon, because we are people, we're not animated. So I took a little bit of my own vision, because I'm so connected to Ahsoka. She's really my soul character. And so I felt very free doing that. It was very natural, I guess. So that was it.
See, and the thing that with you doing Ahsoka and you doing Fulcrum, I think part that I love the most about it is reading the Ahsoka book, and you actually gave us that cave scene where she takes the red crystals and purifies them to create her white sabers, and that was phenomenal. Like
Thank you.
nobody else has touched on that, and you doing that is, I mean, for everybody that's a fan of Star Wars, whether it be Clone Wars, Rebels, Ahsoka, not Ahsoka, I think it's a great thing to see. Is somebody putting their own spin on stuff that we know has happened and actually giving it to us in a live action format. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you for appreciating that. I think that was the first scene that came to my mind when I wanted to do Fulcrum. I didn't know what I was gonna do, but I knew that I wanted to show Ahsoka build her lightsabers, well, one in the shot. So that was the very, very first idea that started it all. And we've never seen a lightsaber being assembled in live action. So it was just a no-brainer to do that. And I had it so clearly in my mind how it was happening. Like everything that you saw, that's how it was in my mind initially. So it's pretty crazy. We managed to do it exactly.
Yeah, to see it like come to life, exactly.
And it worked so well. Like it worked so well.
Thank
I was
you.
like, finally, like, you know, we get to see like how they did it, because you know, you see the white saber the first time and you're like, wait, what? And then you hear how it happened. You're like, but I want to see that. I want to see them happen. I got chills when with the Obi-Wan, you know, when in the desert, and it's like it was a short scene, but I was just like, wow, it's like, yeah, it's like I failed them, and you know, all that, and I was like, I felt that scene too.
Yeah, and you can tell it's just a little bit of the scene, because the whole scene, you don't have to see it. You can imagine what they were talking about and how it ended.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was, yeah, I guess it's so funny. There's some kind of information field around fandom as well, where everyone sees some ideas, and when you manage to get that idea, everyone else says they imagined it just like that. So I believe we all are connected through that information field. Like that lightsaber assembly scene, everyone says that's exactly how I imagined it. And it's so funny because no one ever
It
saw
is.
anything about it. So
Yeah.
how did it happen? So I don't know, it's so interesting. And
Just an
Obi-Wan
idea.
Well, it's
Obi-Wan
all
would
in
have to
everyone's
do.
head. Everyone's got
I
this imagination that does it, right? And they've got
Yeah.
this image just coming through, just with the words, right? That you know, when people when I read, I can kind of imagine the scene going out, and when I saw that, I'm like, whoa! I kind of got chills with this.
Well,
I'm
and
glad.
it's so funny
That's awesome.
because as all of us, I mean, are longtime fans. I mean, most of us have been fans all of our lives. I'm not sure how old you are or how long you've been into Star Wars, Ray, but most of us are in our 40s, so that's a long time. So I mean, when you've seen everything, when you know all the how the assembly happens from watching Clone Wars and just knowing how things work in that universe, it's easy to picture. And I think that's where a lot of us get where everybody's like, oh, that's exactly how I imagined it, because it is a universal thing, right? So
That's pretty cool to be able to connect like that.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause that was a very, very scary thing to do, honestly. To touch something like that. So it was
well,
a
yeah,
very
because nobody else has attempted to, like, not even Dave Filoni has attempted to do it, and he's the one that created Ahsoka. So, so for you to take it on as an independent, doing your own fan film and pulling it off so successfully, I think is a huge win.
I hope so. Well, as long
So
as
far.
people enjoy it, then I'm happy.
Well, that's also another one of those things where if a lot of people do have it in their head of what it could do, and it's also got that sort of catch-22 where if you do it and it doesn't kind of have that feel that other people see in their head, right? Then it could, you know, it might not work, right? That's
Mhm.
that type of that scene could have been very stress. Like I can imagine how stressful that scene would have been to make. Going, am I doing it justice? Am I doing it right?
Yeah, just the whole film because it's Ahsoka and she's so beloved, and then we're like, oh, let's just do Obi-Wan. We just have to have Obi-Wan. We'll probably be hated for it, but we need to do it. So, and Jason, the director, he understands Star Wars and storytelling so well, so he was able to do it justice, and thankfully, it all worked. So, like, if there were any hateful comments towards anything, Obi-Wan was the one who didn't get any bad stuff at all.
Mhm.
I got a
Well,
bunch of
that's
trolls. Yeah, everything got a bunch of trolling except Obi-Wan. So I told Josh, congrats, you're the only sacred thing that was not touched by negativity.
Listen,
so I want to just touch on your official website, and I'm gonna bring that up on the screen here. Um, so this is your official website. If anybody wants to
Yes.
go and check out the different cosplays that you've done, which is under your gallery here. As soon as it loads up. So everybody knows you're Ahsoka. This is your raid. So this is the first raid that you did.
No, that's the last one. That's from episode 9.
Okay. And then you've done Blade Runner. You've done Harrison Dula. You've done Iden Verso from Battlefront 2, which I'm
Mhm.
sure everybody loves.
yeah, I know why that.
And
That was cool.
and I mean, you've even gone as far as doing like Disney princesses.
Just one, but my
Um,
favorite. Had
you,
to.
yeah, you did Belle, which is very, very well done. So yeah, like if anybody's interested in checking out more about you, um, that's your gallery. There's also you've also got some of your music on your website as well,
Mhm.
which if people have not checked out, I would suggest checking it out. I actually added uh, Top of the Universe, Armor, and there was another one I can't that's available on Apple Music.
Yeah, there's
And
a
they have
bunch
now
more on SoundCloud.
they have now made it into my regular playlist on my phone. So,
Is it armor?
yes,
I like that one.
that one is phenomenal, I have to say.
I like more than that one, but that was like the first one I heard. I think of you singing. So
So, what was your inspiration for a lot of these songs, Ray?
These particular ones were written as soundtrack songs, so it's also storytelling. To me, it's imagining a character that would sing the song or that would be best illustrated by the song, and then just telling the story. And of course, some real life inspirations too.
Very nice, very nice.
Yep, it's all imagination. And I like epic stuff. Anything epic, epic music, epic shoots. I don't know. Always have those big ideas.
Right.
you gotta have it.
So I gotta ask, how long does it take you um, to get into makeup to do Ahsoka? Because you do your own makeup, correct?
Yeah, most of it, except the airbrush of the areas that I can't reach. And sometimes when I'm in a hurry, then the airbrush, I need somebody else to airbrush me. Um, it's just faster, so I don't have to wait until this part dries, so I can move freely. So Ahsoka takes about 4.5 hours. If I'm very tired and sleepy, it's 5 hours. If I'm like on the roll, then it can be done in 4 hours.
That is a huge commitment.
That is, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot of time. Also, I take my time with it. I'm very perfectionist when it comes to makeup, especially if it's for a video shoot, then there's no way to fix it. And if there's any mistakes or imperfections, then you can't hide anything. So I
Right.
try to do it as well as possible.
Now, is Ahsoka the one that takes the longest out of all your cosplays? Because I
Yeah.
mean, with Hera, you're wearing a jumpsuit, so you don't have your arms exposed. You don't have, um, right.
Yeah, for
So
Hera, a little bit of my arms are exposed just here, a little strip, but otherwise it's just the face. So yeah, Ahsoka is the longest one, and then Hera is next. Anything that involves body paint is just theirs.
right, and I mean that's crazy. So, do you actually own the helmet and the suit that you use for Iden Verso?
Yeah, yeah, it's my own. That's the one actually I did a lot of work on that costume. It was my third cosplay that I've done, and I learned a lot working on it, the armor and everything.
Now, did you make or buy the helmet for that?
I bought the base for the helmet, and
Okay.
then a friend helped me install the inside visor, and the rest I painted it. I attached the greeblies, I sanded it, I attached some other things, and what was there was something else that had to be removed, and again sanded and painted, and I installed the fans inside. So yes, that was a lot of work.
But the I can imagine that's a lot of work. Those helmets are not the easiest thing to do. I wouldn't attempt it, so you're brave.
Yeah, it just comes as a black cast with nothing on it or inside it, and so you have to do everything basically.
Nice. So, um, what is next for any for Ahsoka, or planning on doing any more Hera fan films, or
Not planning any more Heras, but definitely planning more Ahsokas because everyone wants to see more. So I'm like, all right,
Yes, we want
guys,
to see.
we need to do more. So I'm hoping to do a 15-minute short film next with Ahsoka, and
Awesome.
that might take a little bit because I want to replace my headpiece, and I need to do some armor modifications because my armor is not made for stunts, and I do want to do some more intense fighting in there. So yeah, it'll take a little bit, but I do have another film, super small one, but it's gonna be in the works soon, and I'm not gonna tell what it is because it's a surprise. But it's also Star Wars, and it's a new character.
nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
So
interesting.
everybody needs to subscribe and follow Ray
definitely.
so that they can
Yeah.
keep up to date with what she's got coming next.
It all depends on the people that help me if they are available and when they are available, and then it's all
It better be.
teamwork.
And you can be found on Instagram and TikTok. I know you don't use. You said in chatting with you that you don't use your Facebook a lot, but your Facebook is the same as your Instagram, correct?
Yeah,
And
I'm
your
just Rei
TikTok.
Kennex. Yes, and
Yeah.
I'm mostly on Instagram. That's my main place of habitat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how Mike found you, and that's how we connected was through Instagram. Um, so we're just gonna give you a few minutes because you've got another half hour. Um, if you want to showcase some of your cosplay stuff or like some of your accessories for your costumes or anything like that, feel free. Um,
Is it through share? Through shares button?
no, you would like you would actually have to like grab your helmet or your headpiece or
Oh, like over
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Okay, wait, let's see what do I have here. You know what? Everything is in the garage.
hmm.
So,
Oh no.
so it is far and packed.
Okay.
Yes.
But
Well,
it's all coordinated in a sort, organized into what you need it though.
Yeah, it's all in the bins, pretty much. But I can show you something I've been creating. I don't know if you've seen it, but I recently got into making pins, and I'm actually enjoying it a lot because it's also art form. So that's the last pin that I made with my friend.
Oh
I
my!
saw
have
the,
seen that.
artwork.
I
Yeah.
I have seen that circulating with people posting pictures of it on Instagram, and
Yeah.
it is phenomenal.
That's
And
Whoa!
the world
Thank
between
you.
worlds, right? Kind of like,
Yeah, and it's
yeah.
her. I don't know if you can see, but she's cleansing the crystals in this one. This one's red. This one's
Oh,
white.
awesome.
Oh man, that's
I
so
just saw
cool.
that. I didn't
wow,
see that. Wow, that's cool.
And it's
I
big.
didn't
So
realize
yeah.
I didn't realize in seeing the pictures of it, because I have seen pictures of it. I didn't realize it was that large.
Yeah, it's
And it's
huge. It's like
phenomenal.
it's really big.
Okay.
Thank you. I
which
really
which
love
is
it.
which is phenomenal, because then you can get all those minute details
Mhm.
that in a tiny
Easier.
little pin you wouldn't catch. So
Yeah, I guess it's just being creative in any way you can, and this is just a new art form for me. Thinking of an idea and working on the design and just seeing this little thing. It's just I don't know. It's so much fun.
being that we are all mostly to do with the lightsaber hobby, your Ahsoka sabers, are they like actual, or are they just like stunt sabers?
They are actual sabers. You can do stunts with them, but carefully because you don't want to break them. But yes, they are actual heavy duty sabers.
Where'd
So
you
they've
get?
got like the lights and the sounds and all that.
They don't have a sound because soundboards can be damaged, as you know, pretty easily if you really slam the saber. So mine don't have sound for that matter. And it's okay because we can always add sound in post production, so you don't really have to have it. But it has lights, yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I love those sabers. They're probably my favorite sabers ever.
So do you have any sabers with soundboards?
Yeah, I have my new Clone Wars. Actually, they're not even unpacked yet. They're here. They're
Oh,
Clone
okay.
Wars sabers. They have sound, and I have this. Hang on, let me see if I can grab it.
She's gonna do like a live unboxing video.
I have this one here.
Just kidding.
Oh,
Oh,
she's got a Graflex.
This one's Black Effects. Yeah,
is this Anakin's?
yeah.
Oh,
This one has
Graflex.
sound too.
I like
This is
that.
Black
New Hope.
Effects.
It
It was modified.
is that the Hasbro Force Effects one that's been modified?
Yes,
Okay.
Nice.
the Black Effects one. Yes.
I have my Graflex. I just don't have it in the room with me, but I just got one too recently. I love that thing.
It's so cool. It's probably the most iconic one.
Yeah.
And I have the same kind of version, similar but modified for stunts. It's more sleek, so you can easier, for spins and things
Mhm.
like that.
There's so
But it's
many
still
versions
heavy.
out there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's why they
So
changed the whole Anakin one. Sorry, Jeff. Like for Revenge of, sorry, not Revenge of the Sith. That's a sound font. So for episode 3, basically, that's why they're like changed it because it's skinnier and hence skinny flex in some of the names. They changed it so that on set they were able to spin the prop like easier, and like Hayden
Yep.
Christensen, because and that's why. But I don't know. I have the Graflex. Yeah, it's harder to spin than some of my other sabers, but I don't have a problem with it. Like it's easy, once you know how to handle it. Graflex is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
so you have the Ahsoka Fulcrum sabers, you have the Ahsoka Clone War sabers,
Mm-hmm.
you have a Graflex. Is that it?
No, I have Obi-Wan saber. I have Ayla Sakura saber. I have New Ray's saber. It's not assembled yet. The very very last one with the staff parts. And then
Oh,
I have this one but reforged from episode 9. And I
mhm.
have one more staff hilt uninstalled. So there's a bunch.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I didn't even know it was that many.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I had one more, but I broke it. I had one more Sith red saber for stunts, and I dropped it so many times it finally fell apart.
Now, do you
Mm.
prefer? Well, I mean, this is probably going to be an obvious answer, but do you prefer NeoPixel over Baselit?
You know what? I do not own a NeoPixel one, but I do like them a lot.
Mhm.
So I need
You-
to have one to really test it.
You
Once you
don't
go
have a
NeoPixel,
NeoPixel? Oh,
Hey,
Ray.
Nope.
there are people that don't have NeoPixel. I was one of them till
yeah.
I think it was like
Oh, I
just
know,
a little
but
bit last year, but
whoops.
So
Oh,
what is
I
that?
know, but
How is it better?
um, who's gonna
well,
demonstrate?
Forrest, do you have your demo saber with the short
Yeah,
needle
I
display
don't have
back?
my blade. I have a blade plug only in my saber tray. So it has
So
LED lights
because
inside the blade. Yeah.
yeah, there's strips of LED lights up and down the
Mhm.
blade.
That's what
So
they
when
do
you
in film. Yeah.
yeah, so when you ignite it, it actually does that scrolling
Mm.
ignition where it goes from the base to the tip. It doesn't just turn on and boom, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And then
think
you can
Trevor
get
did it.
the lockup, and it'll flicker in different places during the lockup. You can get blaster effects where it'll show up on different points on the blade. You can do tip drag where where they're cutting through the wall and the tip heats up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you can do that kind of stuff with NeoPixel. There's just so many different things that you can do with NeoPixel, and trust me, if you buy your first NeoPixel lightsaber, you'll never buy anything but NeoPixel from that day forward.
All right. Well, I'll have to get one then. I guess it just doesn't matter so much for me because for film it's post production anyway, and for pictures it doesn't matter either.
Mhm.
So
Right.
I guess that what is important is just the hilt, and then the rest is
But it's fun.
magic.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
especially when you're doing a production, you won't want the sound. You don't want certain things getting in the way of stuff that can be redone in post and stuff like that.
Yeah, it just needs to be bright enough so it gives you the same, like when you're holding it next to your face, it needs to give the same strong
The
light.
ambient light, right?
Yes, that's it. That's all it needs to do. And
Yeah.
sometimes I don't even have the blade in for some shots. I just use the
Okay,
hilt and the blade is just added later. So
that's awesome.
Nice.
What do you got for us, Jeremy?
Oh, I was just
Getting
got my
bladed.
NeoPixel, so
Oh, nice.
oh,
Oh, that
cool.
saber is so amazing.
oh yeah,
We're
this
so
one
I
here.
have pictures of it.
Actually, I just finished this one,
Oh,
so it's
Cold
very
weather.
this
Oh,
is the
cool.
man. This is the man right here who makes artwork.
yeah. That's what I do. So
Yeah, that's what Jeremy does.
That's so cool.
So,
Yep. Aaron put some sound in
had
them.
you ever heard of fours before? Being that you know about sound fonts and basically what they are, had you heard of fours before I told you that he was going to be here with us?
I'm sure I have seen it, but not that we talked or anything.
Have you had a chance to check out any of his sound fonts? Are you like, I know you do all sci-fi, but like this, he's got some amazing sound fonts. He's got Star Wars ones. He's got out of universe ones. He's got a Scott Pilgrim. Have you seen Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
Mm-mm.
Watch
No.
it.
Have
And
you
check out
seen?
the
Have you?
website.
And then go check out Forza Facts on Repulse Collectibles.
Yes,
Have you
after we
seen
talk, I'll
Space?
definitely.
Have you seen Spaceballs?
I have not seen it.
It's like you
Your
heard of
Star
it?
Wars. Have you heard
I've
of it?
heard of it. Well, I've heard and I saw bits of it, but I've never
Yeah,
seen the
yeah, not
entire
the full
thing.
thing, right?
Not the full thing, yeah. I watch weird
Okay.
stuff. It's just I don't watch everything.
Yeah, it's time.
Right. Well,
yeah.
for us people that were born in or around the 80s, Spaceballs was a big thing for us. It was a Star Wars spoof, so
Oh yeah.
Well, I've seen
we
bits
all
of it,
we all
but
loved
I
it.
don't know.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So clearly, Ahsoka is your favorite Star Wars character.
She's not
What
actually.
is?
She's not.
She's
She's
not.
not. No.
Who's your favorite Star Wars character then?
Anakin.
Yes.
Ah.
I think that's probably mine.
Anakin's my
Yeah.
favorite, but Ahsoka. Since I can't pull off Anakin, even if I wanted to, I'm left to Ahsoka.
So I
Okay,
have
I
this.
love the
Oh
Vader.
yeah, that's the Black
It's
series, right?
it's the Black series, yeah. So
Okay, I have a question here.
Okay.
It's a question that we usually ask all our guys, especially some of our guests, newer guests, is what was your introduction to Star Wars?
My introduction. Well, it's funny, but I have not seen the original trilogy growing up because I grew up in a post-Soviet Ukraine and Star Wars was not a thing there at all. I was watching mostly whatever was available, which was mostly European films and TV and some Disney, but not Star Wars. So I didn't see it until I was little bit older. And the first one I watched was The Phantom Menace in movie theater. I was a teen. So that was my basically like the actual introduction. Of course, I heard about it, but I've never seen it until The Phantom Menace. So that was the prequels was the thing that converted me.
Awesome. So you saw the double-bladed lightsaber right away.
Yeah, I loved it. And then
Mhm.
episode 2 was like, come on, Padme and Anakin. It's just it was the jam. And then I went back, of course, and watched the original trilogy and loved it, but not as much as the prequels. So
Awesome.
Jeremy's frozen on a very serious frame.
Sorry, there we go. I'm back. Hey.
Oh, I was frozen.
No,
Oh,
I can still hear you. So.
that makes
Okay.
sense.
Oh, that's
I was like,
awesome.
I didn't
don't
realize
judge
he
me.
was frozen. I'm like, he's just staring. No.
I'm very still.
That was very serious.
Oh, he has good control.
Jeremy's concentrating really, really hard on this conversation.
Mhm. No, for some reason my screen flicked off, and I'm like, "Uh-oh, how do I get back?"
Mm. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, Ray. For those of you who know, those of you who don't know, I'm also from the Ukraine. I came here when I was like 2 years old, 3 years old, and still, my parents or my wife's parents, like no one has a clue what Star Wars even is, and they were around for that. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like what? What are you talking about? What is that you're holding? And it's a lightsaber. A what? And I'm just like, how do you not know? So it's
No,
I had to
I
find it
don't know.
myself.
They
Well,
were
I
not
have to
into
break
it
off.
at all.
But it was nice meeting you.
It was so
I have
nice
to-
to meet you.
Nice meeting you. Have a good stream,
If-
guys. I will talk to you guys later.
If you
Bye.
can make it back and we're still on, feel free to jump back on, Jeremy.
Sounds good.
Good night, dude.
Goodbye.
Bye. I guess it's a weird thing that probably does not seem like that, but growing up, I was a huge geek and nerd, and I was the kid that was always reading, always by herself, always exploring something that my classmates had no idea who Isaac Asimov was. They didn't read Strugatsky brothers, which are the iconic Soviet sci-fi writers. They did not read Ray Bradbury, and that was my world. Herbert Wells. I was reading sci-fi nonstop, and I cared about the books more than I cared about the movies. So I guess Star Wars was the first one that really transitioned me more into sci-fi movies.
A larger world. Yeah.
Because I was watching like Tarkovsky, all kinds of weirdness, and so you say like Spaceballs for you, it was the thing. Like for me, I was a little bit on a different plane, I guess. Being in Ukraine, for us it was. The Soviet films, they're very dark, so they're very philosophical. I guess that's why I really love Blade Runner. They're not funny, they're all very metaphorical, very immersive, and that's how I guess it comes from there, from growing up with all this culture of man versus the society in a dystopian setting and all of that.
I like that.
Now, have you read a lot of the Star Wars novels then?
I honestly did not. I read Ahsoka, I read Inferno Squad, and I have about 3 more books waiting for me right now. I don't know why, but Star Wars for me is visual media. And as much as I love reading, Star Wars books are not as, I don't know, I don't want to say comfortable, but my
Immersive.
preferred method, yes, my preferred method of engaging with Star Wars is via film. Other universes, maybe like, I don't know, Blade Runner, I don't mind books because cyberpunk is very much intellectual. So, what's happening with the characters, you feel more than you see in Star Wars. It's more an
Action.
experience, yes, an immersive experience when you see lots of things, you hear lots of things, and it's all very fast and all of that. So to me, I like the books and I still read them, but I'm not as drawn to them. Like if there's a new Star Wars movie, I'll run and watch it. If there's a new Star Wars book, I'm like, all right, I'll read it.
Uh,
If that makes sense.
that brings me to just a quick question. Sorry, Jeff. Do you read them or do you do audiobooks as well?
No, I only read. I cannot do audiobooks. That's one thing I
Oh,
cannot do. I'll either read it or watch it, and yet I cannot do
you
audiobooks.
have to
I
touch
guess
it.
it's too slow for me. I'm a very fast reader. I just get bored. I need to read it. And if I want to come back and reread it and then stop and think about it, and then
So
I have
so
crazy ADHD, so yes.
sometimes that's not a bad thing.
I think
I one of my
we all
6-year-old
have
I
a
have
little.
6-year-old I have 6-year-old twin boys, and one of my boys has really severe ADHD. And he is smart as a whip and very imaginative, and it's not, a lot of people look at it as sometimes a downfall. I think it's a positive aspect for a lot of people, just because it that we wouldn't have the imaginative stuff that we do in this world without, I think, without some ADHD.
Yeah, it comes
So
definitely. It's like the perk you get with being creative and, having the mind that just um oh, what's the
goes a
word?
million
You might know.
goes a million miles a
Like
minute.
wonders.
Yeah, yes, yes, just rockets those thoughts and ideas, and they're all over the place, and you're in a million places at the same time, mentally and emotionally. So I guess that's just what you get.
So now that with you being a visual person with Star Wars, uh, we haven't really had a chance to ask a lot of our guests this, because the series just ended. What was your take on the Bad Batch?
I liked it. I think it was very well done, and it's clearly just the first season, so you can't expect the whole series to be crammed in this one season. So there's room for character uh, growth and room for knowing those characters better. I think it was very very cool. I don't really expect anything from any Star Wars content because each piece is its own thing. So if you're not expecting a huge battle in the end, well, it might happen, it might not, but it doesn't mean it's going to be bad. So I know some people were disappointed because they were expecting something, but you know what? It's good and it's enjoyable, and I'm going to enjoy the good things that are in there. And that's it. So I liked it.
Yeah.
I'm glad no one died.
Right.
That's it.
I think, I mean, there was definitely some stuff that was probably more drawn out than it needed to be, but I think
Yeah.
overall it started on a high point, and it ended on a high point, um, leading into the second season, which I think is what we were all looking for.
Mhm.
Um, there were a lot of people that are of the opinion that uh, one season was enough, 2 seasons is one season too many. So, um, but
I don't
I
know. It's a
that's
comfort show.
Yeah,
You can
and that's an
you can
interesting
just
take
watch
on it, right? So,
Yeah.
so do you have any new music coming?
I have one song in the works now, the new music video, and it's a
Okay.
little different from what I did before. Um, and I do have another music video that's already done that's going to be released soon. So yes,
Now, are you
always
able to
something
tell
cooking.
us what song that's for, or is that a secret?
Yeah, I can tell you. So the song is called Alone in the World and it's already out, I think, on iTunes.
Yes, that's
Uh,
the other one I have.
yeah, so that song's out, so I have the music video already ready for it, and we shot it a while back, but I just didn't release it yet because I didn't have the permission to. But now I can, and it's a little short story in the sci-fi world. So it's like a little short film.
And I think that is the message that I mean, a lot of music is storytelling, but I think
Hmm.
the your particular style is more so a visual kind of storytelling, right?
Yeah, that
Like
too, because
I
yeah.
almost relate a lot of your stuff in terms of the Star Wars universe, and it fits
Yeah, it
and it
fits because
works.
it's the epic big stories, and all those stories are not for everyday people, even though they could be. But they are initially meant also to fit into that big science fiction world, into the imaginary world. So you can see each song from different perspective. Is it just a normal person talking about, or is it this hero who is, larger than life? It also will fit. Like Alone in the World, it can be just about a lonely person who has no one, or it can be about a hero who's at their down point, who lost
Right.
everything, because every movie has, every story had that point where the hero loses. So it's very dual, and I like it. I like to be able to create something that will be relatable but also fit my favorite worlds.
Well, and that's what I think I like about armor is because armor could fit so many different characters in the Star Wars universe, right? Whether it
Yeah.
be Ahsoka, whether it be a Mandalorian or whoever, a stormtrooper, like it just works for on so many levels for so many different things.
100%. I want some.
Sci-fi recommendations. Be ready to be depressed.
Cole will watch anything. That's awesome.
Cole will watch anything. And
Okay,
that's why we
watch.
love Cole.
If you want something more fun, you should watch something modern. If you want something really dark and depressing, watch Tarkovsky.
No, I never seen that. It's in Russian or
It's the director Andrei Tarkovsky. He did Stalker. He did Solaris. He did a bunch of very very iconic films.
I
Blade
gotcha.
Runner 2049 was inspired a lot by his work. So also anything. Strugatsky brothers, everything that they did is great. And then I really love Amphibian Men. That movie. It's very light. It's not depressing. Well, sort of, a little bit. Amphibian Men. That's a good one. I think it has English subtitles. Um, what else? There's a really nice kids show, Guest from the Future, about the girl from the future who goes to Soviet school and does all kinds of things. That's just for more fun one for teens.
Nice.
Interesting. Cole's
Yeah,
like writing it
there's a
down.
lot. No, but if you just Google best Soviet and Russian science fiction films, you'll get a list, and pretty much all of this will be on it.
Nice.
The one that I
So there
really liked recently is Ukrainian. It's called Stronghold. The Stronghold, and it has. I think it's even on Netflix. I think they sold it to Netflix, and it's like it's more fantasy, but it's very cool. It has one character that's my favorite. He's like Star Lord, but in medieval Ukraine. So
Oh,
it's
that's
just
cool.
super cool.
Well, I'm gonna watch
Yeah,
that.
Stronghold. So watch that. Yes.
Cool. So thank you.
Cole said thank you.
You are welcome. Enjoy.
Cole is like the one of the most neutral, supportive, fun-loving, talented guys that just pops up everywhere.
Also multi-talented.
And we oh yeah, extremely multi-talented. He does art. He does lightsaber installs. He just started doing lightsaber installs of his own.
Yeah, he does some artwork for some people sometimes.
It's very good to have those
Yeah.
supporters like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, Mike and I do. For those of you, obviously, we are going to be sitting down with Mike and myself and Ray to do an episode of Jedi Mind Tricks. Hopefully sooner than later, so we can start getting some episodes out there.
Yeah, we're just gonna plan that out. Yeah.
Yeah. So we will be talking again. But Mike and I do the Jedi Mind Tricks podcast. We do font reviews. We do like I do time lapse Lego builds. We do unboxings. We do lightsaber reviews. We may have to start doing some amazing fan film reviews on our channels as well. And then having fours. Unfortunately, Link was not able to be here. He's another font maker. We were supposed to have Preston from Syndicate Custom Relics, who also does fonts. And then Aaron's, fours/Aaron, his co-host, who is Little Aaron. Johannan is big into the cyberpunk. He's big into the.
I need to meet that person.
Yeah,
he's big. Awesome. He's huge into cyberpunk.
If you like cyberpunk, you got to see the jacket.
Cyberpunk community is so small. We need to all meet each other. Okay.
So, unfortunately, he has other commitments because he is in the Air Force. So he's actually working tonight, which is unfortunate.
Oh.
But Cole, we're looking forward to that too. So, I mean, we're a very diverse community between reviewers, just general YouTubers, font makers. We all met via Instagram and instantly hit it off, and it's just grown into a little family that just keeps getting bigger and bigger and more adventurous as time goes on. So I mean, you committed to an hour. We are at that 1 hour mark. If you want to stay and hang out, you're more than welcome. If you have to other commitments and you have to leave, we completely understand. We put this offer out. You have a question for Aaron?
Yes.
And he's on yes,
right.
U-Force.
So what if someone wanted a custom lightsaber font?
All you have to do is ask, and we can have a conversation about that, and just go from there.
Asking
but
for
I'm
a
on.
friend.
I'm on. Oh, okay. I'm on Facebook under just ForsFX. I'm under. I'm on Instagram under this name right here. The whole thing. Just let me know who it is, or have them reach out to me. We can have a discussion. I am currently in the middle of buying a house at the moment and just kind of getting some things in my own life. I'm trying to get some closure on some things before I can dive back into doing a lot of font work. But it shouldn't take that long.
Well, it's for me.
Okay. just contact me anytime.
It's not urgent or anything. There's a project I cannot yet say what it is, but I'm already starting to kind of put the ideas together, and that could be something that I might need in the nearest future.
Now, I will say there is a sound font that I've done in the past. It's an Anakin font, and I actually went in outside the box and I utilized an Anakin cosplayer because he sounds a lot like Anakin.
Really?
Yes, he sounds like a really nice cross between Hayden and Matt Lanter. So he goes by Bodacious Bagels. His name is Kyle Lusignan. You may have seen him. He has a 7 million viewed viral video. A lot of folks call him the Escalator Anakin, where you see Obi at the top of the escalator and it's over, Anakin, have the high ground. And then at the very bottom of the shot, you can hear him and he goes, "You underestimate my power." And
Oh yes, I've seen this. I've seen
So
this.
that's who does
Okay.
the voice.
That's Kyle Lusignan, and I got him. I met him, and I saw. I inadvertently cyberstalked him, and
Oh
I
my
asked him to
gosh.
be my voice actor for my Anakin font, and he did it. And it turned out so incredibly
What is
well.
this bodacious?
Okay.
What is this?
Bodacious
On
Bagels.
Instagram. Bodacious
Bagel.
Bagels.
Would you like to
So-
hear it?
Of course. Are you
She's like,
kidding
I
yes,
think
me?
hold
we.
on.
I think she needs to hear it
I need
Or
to
is
because it's
hear it.
I think I
phenomenal.
want to hear it.
The
And I have
reason I say this is because if your project involves voice acting, yes, I can integrate it, and I can put your voice on a saber. That is not a problem. It's what I do.
Obi-Wan once thought as you do.
Is that coming in clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Okay,
is.
1 second. 1 sec.
Sound
You know-
bank
you know-
selection.
I think what we need.
and your lust for power.
Give yourself.
Exit menu.
Goodness.
Give yourself.
Anger and your lust for power.
This is it. All right, so what you're gonna hear is Kyle, but he's so good at this.
I know there are things about the Force you're not telling me. Then you will die.
Oh my gosh.
It's a little staticky because I have an old cord hooked up, but you get the idea.
You'll have to try harder than that. You underestimate my power. Anakin, please.
Everything will soon be set right.
Oops.
This is where the fun begins.
Ready when you are.
This is the end for you, my master.
He did so well. He did so well. Did I lose it?
Don't make me kill you. Everything will soon be set right.
1 sec. I want to. There's a line, and he and I came up with this, where he's talking to Ahsoka, and I hope I can get it because.
I see through the lies of the Jedi.
All right, hang on.
I see through the lies of the Jedi.
Darn it.
It's a good one, though.
Sound bank selection.
Anger and anger and your lust for power.
I know there are things about the Force you're not telling me.
I'm gonna try one more time to get it.
Sound bank selection.
Anger. Anger and your lust for power.
If you're not with me, you're my enemy.
Question.
a Sith deals in absolutes.
I know it's in there. Come on.
What is
Sound bank selection.
Anger and your
Give yourself to the.
Exit menu.
Give you.
anger and your lust.
I know there are things about the
Can't
Force
get it.
you're
I'm
not
sorry.
telling me.
It's
I'm
alright.
so sorry, but it's
Can you go into the actual file on your computer and play it or no?
I can't play it over StreamYard. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But anyway, what I did was I had him like very sorrowfully be like, Ahsoka, and then she's like, Anakin, I'm sorry, and it's so sad, but it worked out really well. So
See,
Who is
it
Ahsoka?
might be in my demo. You might be able to find it there.
Fours.
But that is
needs to
essentially what I do.
Fours needs
If
to
you're
do an
interested.
Ahsoka font.
yes?
I plan on it.
And see if Rei will do the Ahsoka voice.
Oh, I'll do it in a heartbeat.
Ooh. Before you go, and that was going to be one of my final questions. Can we get a little bit of voiceover sample from you?
Yes. What should I say?
Oh goodness, what's a good smart alecky line that
You got to do like
Ahsoka would say to Anakin?
I might have to practice for the accent, but
like I'm tired of this politics. Giant.
See Isaac in the comment section doing good.
are you actually gonna record it?
No, I can't. I'm not able to
No.
here.
We just
Or just
Just
chill.
as
we
for
just
listening
want to hear you
purposes.
do Ahsoka on demand.
Whatever you want to
because
say.
because if
Okay,
it would be really neat if you wanted to be in my Ahsoka font and be the voice of her, that'd be a fun way to get back into it. I've waited a long time.
I'm
to do it.
down. Just let me know the lines. I'll
Look at
do
you.
it.
Okay. Yeah, we'd have to come
I'm a
up with
ye-
some things.
I'm a yes person.
All right.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Let's see here. Give me just 1 second. What?
Mike,
What's up?
can you take over for a sec? I'll be right back.
Yeah,
There we go.
all good.
All right. So some of the most famous lines come from that season 2 finale when she just looks straight at Vader and says, "I am no Jedi." I love that. That's
Yeah.
incredible. Let's see. Then I will avenge his death. That's another really
I'm
good
just
line.
usually coming up with my own lines that are just
Mhm.
funny. It's just for sometimes it happens on the live stream when I have a live video on Instagram and people are like, "Oh, do the voice," and
Oh.
I read their comments, but in Ahsoka voice.
But in
and-
Ahsoka.
Yeah. Maybe
do
Kyle
that.
can write something. Is Kyle still there?
Cole Weathers.
Cole.
She said yes.
She said yes.
People want me back making fonts so bad. I've been out of it for about a month and a half now, and they're
Why?
like, "When are you gonna make something new?" And like, "Well, when I buy my house and bring my puppies home and get my life in order."
Only because I
That's
know
when.
that. I haven't asked you, but I'm also wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, I
it's-
know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you my cat.
Yay!
In Ahsoka voice.
Hey,
in
welcome
Ahsoka
back, Jeff.
voice.
Well, I'm
Come on,
back.
Daddy.
I'm back. I had to grab
Daddy's
my iPad because
New toy.
Aw.
back. Okay, he makes my mic.
What's the cat?
Hello, everyone. This is Cassian. He is
Oh.
stepping on me. No.
Cassian. Did you
love
name
that.
him after Cassian Andor?
Sort of.
Sort of, kind of.
Don't feel
How
bad.
excited-
My children's names are Luke and Leia. So
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't
How
want us to
excited-
say.
How excited are you for Andor?
I'm super excited. I love Rogue One. His name is Cassian. He would like to say hi to you. And he's from with the first.
Awesome.
wow.
It's like crazy good, right?
I love when you said fulcrum in the thing in the info.
Fulcrum. Oh yeah, I like that
fulcrum, and
line.
you turn around.
Fulcrum.
Fulcrum twice.
Yeah, I was
So,
trying different ways to say that.
I can't get it to show up on my computer for some reason. Actually, maybe I can now.
I think Cole
I was gonna
put
share
a comment.
the nope. Anyway, so this was the original. It's hard to see mainly because of my green screen thing, but that was the original photo that you had sent to me.
I love that pic. I
That
love
photo
that
was
pic.
awesome.
Yeah, it's the wallpaper on my iPad.
Yeah. That's from the set. That's when I was slaughtering the stormtroopers.
And the sabers are so cool in that picture. The classic.
Yes.
There you go.
The
Yeah, I
reverse
think-
grip.
Yeah, I also have green screen.
They were, yeah, the classic reverse grip, Ahsoka reverse grip. I love.
I really like that. I really like that moment. Speaking of the voice, I really like that moment when Ahsoka, well, in Fulcrum, when she gets to say Qui-Gon's line.
Yeah.
that was such a cool Easter egg. I thought that it would show that what Qui-Gon taught Obi-Wan, what Obi-Wan taught Anakin, what Anakin taught Ahsoka, it all got passed down to her, didn't get lost. So that
which
your
is
focus
stellar.
becomes your reality. It was just fun.
And
Now,
I mean, when you do stuff like that, and you threw that little Easter egg in there, that just shows your love for the entire franchise, right?
yeah.
And helps us appreciate it more. So
That's right. Attention to detail.
Yeah, there's
It
a lot
is.
of those little detail in there. Did you notice the Zuga Zuga, the egg that Jawas had?
Oh, the like from Mando, you're talking about the
Yeah, one of the
Yeah.
Jawas had the egg.
Yeah.
yeah, they love that egg. That
Yeah,
that
it's a lot
scene
of
in Mando was like,
It was so random, and I was like, "Why in the world do they need this egg? What are they gonna do with it? Is it like a symbol?" And they just eat it. Oh my god!
just eat it. It took apart a whole ship.
Yeah,
Give it back for an egg.
and agreed to put the whole ship back together for the egg,
They didn't just give it back. Exactly, that's true.
right? So
So funny.
I can't wait till I
So-
see this.
So, I have and again, I don't know if this question was asked at the beginning. Do you have any projects that you would love to work on, like like a passion project, a dream project, like something in anime, something in a game you really enjoy? Is there something you'd like to tackle in the near future that would be kind of a stretch, but
Look, you mean just acting or creating something of my own?
voiceover,
or
acting,
whatever?
anything like that? I guess the more appropriate question I should ask is, are you into anime and games?
I'm not much into games, but I'd like to do some motion capture for sure. And some games have incredible acting in it, so that'd be very interesting. Anime, it depends on what anime, selectively. But I would love to do something in a Blade Runner universe.
Okay.
To play a character in there, and of course Star Wars. That's my two favorite universes. So if I had to do anything, that would be somewhere in that realm. Of course, as an
Okay.
actor, a great character to play would be amazing.
I wasn't
But as a
sure.
passion, yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were into anything like maybe the younger franchises, the Pokemons, the Yu-Gi-Ohs, the Dragon Ball
No.
Zs, anything like that.
I'm going to watch Dragon Ball Z because so many friends tell me I have to, so I'm going to. But out of anime, anything that's cyberpunk, that's more down my alley, like Ghost in the Shell or Cowboy Bebop or something like that. So,
Okay.
but there's so
Wow.
much.
Oh,
So,
like
Took
that's
me
good.
back with Cowboy Bebop. My goodness.
yeah. But my passion projects, it's the same, would be Star Wars. Just keep playing Ahsoka, keep
Yeah.
shooting stuff because I have so many ideas. I
Cool.
just need people and budgets, and then there's no limit.
Yeah,
That's right.
that's understandable.
that's
Okay.
phenomenal. So I mean I'm gonna show. We were talking about lightsaber collections. So this is my little shrine in the stairwell of my house.
Nice.
Cool. Just looking at over that Death Star.
Yeah,
That's not
so that Death Star up in the corner here is actually an electronic lab educational toy that I bought to do with my kids. And you build all kinds of different circuits, and it'll do different things. You can make C3PO talk. You can make R2D2 talk. You can make the Death Star alarm. And it just makes a really cool wall decoration too when it's lit up. So
cool. I like that.
and then there's them all lit up,
Ooh.
and I've actually got more coming. So this is the other difference, Ray, between NeoPixel and baselit. On the shorter blades, it's not a big deal because those are my kids' lightsabers. But you can like the light on this blue one washes out really bad.
Yeah.
Where this is a NeoPixel, so you get that full consistent light all the way through the blade. So
And then the Mace Windu on top.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then the Mace Windu
No
up
offense,
top.
but yeah, barely see it.
But well, yeah, that's because it's an old school master replica from like the early 2000s.
Which when you got those at that time, you're like, this is amazing.
Right?
But years
Well,
later, it's
yeah.
like,
and the nice thing about that one is they actually went really hardcore on that one, and all the gold on Mace's hilt on that one is actually 24 karat gold plated.
oh,
Oh,
that's
wow.
awesome. I didn't know that.
It's not just made to look gold, it actually is gold. So I've been trying to talk with Jeremy, who does the installs, because Jeremy and I actually live in the same city in Canada. And I'm trying to talk him into actually gutting that hilt and reinstalling it with a soundboard, a chassis, and a NeoPixel blade, so that it is brighter and looks better. So just because it's in such an old school hilt.
That would be awesome, dude.
So
I would do that.
So yeah, so that's that. And so what do you do other than read? Like, are you like the kind of the nerdy girl that builds Lego too, or do you do any of that type of stuff?
No, I don't. Well, I do so many things. I draw, I paint, I work on my costumes, I write scripts, I come up with all these pins ideas. Yes.
Like
I
you drew that.
I do some animal volunteering. I like to travel. I like just new places. There's singing, recording, meeting with creative friends, and just bouncing off ideas of each other. There's so many things. There's a lot of fun things to do.
That's an awesome question.
So Isaac wants to know what everyone's favorite lightsaber is. So we'll start with Ray.
My favorites are Fulcrum, the white ones. Ahsoka's.
That was
Definitely
easy.
unique
That was easy.
Aaron.
Luke's Return of the Jedi saber, the non-brass, the V2.
Nice.
Yes. I gotta say the Graflex, which is not, favorite of some people because, like handling it, etc. But I don't care. That's the first one that I saw on screen. That's the first one that it gave me goosebumps. Like just seeing it turn on and just like, what is going on here as a kid? And having one myself and putting on like a Luke sound font and like hearing, the sounds, and it just brings you back. I love that. Awesome.
So I actually have two because it's actually the same character.
I think I know.
You know. So my absolute all-time favorite hilt is the Obi-Wan hilt from the Phantom Menace. Right. And a very close second is the old Ben Kenobi hilt from A New Hope.
Yep.
Those are if I added those two sabers to my collection, I could die happy. Let's just put it that way. So
awesome.
Just like General Grievous, basically.
Yes.
Right.
Give him Kenobi sabers.
He's gonna open his cloak and they're there.
It's like the only one you don't want is this one.
Right.
Oh, Jeff, what's wrong with you? Is my saber not good enough for you?
Oh man.
I
I'll go
love,
to.
I love. I mean, the more I have, the happier I'll be. But I mean, those are my two all-time favorites.
I actually just got the like in the mail like a day or two ago the fallen saber from Puck Store Ultimate Works, and I didn't do an unboxing yet. That's coming this week. I'll release that. But they have Ultimate Works is interesting. They do those removable chassis pre kits. So if you buy one saber, you could buy another one, and right now they have the OB4. They have the Obi-Wan New Hope Weathered Dark Edition. So you can buy just the pre-kit version of that. Let's say if you already have another one of their sabers, you just take out the chassis and put it in that saber, and now you have two working sabers. Well, you got to swap it, but so I think that's a cool thing. And they do have both of those sabers. They have the Episode 1 kit.
I know the
Not in
Obi-Wan
stock.
the Episode 1 Ultimate Works from the Pock Store is that I think out of all the Episode 1 Obi-Wan hilts that I've seen is by far the, I'm not going to say most accurate, but best laid out, because the red greebly on the that he uses as an activation switch in the movie, they actually use that as a tactile activation switch on the saber. So functionally, that one's the most accurate. So, and I actually have a saber coming in the mail. Thanks to this guy right here.
Yeah, Jeff only has the one NeoPixel he showed you in the picture, which is a if you start looking into soundboards, that's the Diadium 3.
Yeah, it's from Electrum Sabercrafts. It's the Diadium 3 soundboard.
So it's great. I've never had the pleasure of using one, but Jeff can tell you more about it.
Yeah, so it's a great soundboard, the Electrum Sabercrafts. If you have a chance to look them up, if you're into like custom lightsabers, they do a really good job. They're based out of Canada, and they have designed, like most lightsaber companies use Golden Harvest, Asteria, Profi, or Crystal Focus 10 CFX for soundboards. And Electrum designed their own soundboard, the Diadium 3, and 4 straight lightsaber fonts. It is a great board, but if you want to have any of that theatrical stuff, like the quotes and the lockups and some of that stuff, it's not very functional for that. It is a great saber. It is cool looking. So because I don't have anything decent for some of the fonts that Force has put out with a lot of quotes, do you remember Pong Krell from the Clone Wars?
The one with a bunch of sabers?
Yeah.
He had the staff sabers and he hated the clone troopers.
Yeah, he had a bunch of
2 dual sabers.
2 duals, yeah, 4 blades.
2 staffs.
So Forge actually created a very, very accurate Pong Krell. I'm not a fan of the character. Not a fan of the character, but the spin in this font is so accurate and so beautifully executed that you can't help but love it, even if you hate that character. So I tried to put that on my Electrum Saber Crafts Scion and do a review for Aaron on that font, and it just did not sound right. So Mike and I were talking. No, the spins. It didn't do the spin
that
properly.
Makes the font.
It does. It does 100%. So Mike and I got talking one day, and he's like, "Yeah, I think I'm thinking about selling my Aaron, my Saber Trio Aaron." And he goes, would you be interested? And I'm like, how much are you asking? And he gave me a price, and I'm like, abso-freaking-lutely. So
Yeah, because
because
I have, this was my first one, and then like now I have two of them, and not that I don't, two CFX sabers are great, but I just kind of like really go back to my first one, and the ArcLight. I don't know. I just had memories, and I started everything with this one, and I cleaned it up. I added a new speaker to it, and I'm just like, this is the one I'm going to use, and I don't want to just leave this one on the shelf. And then I also look at like Jeff, and I'm like, he needs another board, and I'm like, he would love this saber, and I'm like, yeah, this is the guy.
so we got all the details ironed out, and Mike dropped it in the off yesterday to ship out to me. And I'm very excited to not only showcase the fonts from 4s that I haven't done in videos, but redo the videos that I've already done, just to showcase a few more of the features that didn't get showcased in the original videos. So
What do you got for us,
now we'll let Aaron show us his beautiful font.
I queued up Krell for you.
Let her rip.
I will not be undermined by creatures bred in some laboratory. Oh, that.
Hit him! Stay calm! Hostile sight! Stay calm!
A new power is rising.
See if I can do it.
That's cool.
Right? That
Nobody's been able to-
All I see is him like jumping in the air, like spinning it, like about to like.
And
Nobody's
that's
been able to get that spin yet.
And that spin makes that font, right?
Totally
That
does.
spin sets that font apart from every other person that's tried to do that font.
Oh, Jeff, don't say that out loud. Might create some controversy.
No,
You might get some people blocked.
it's not controversy if it's true. But anyways,
It is a fun font. I did enjoy making that very much.
and so all those quotes that you hear with the blaster blocks with the clone troopers in the background, they updated the Diadium 3 to be able to play some of the theatrics, but it won't even play those short little clips. So I don't feel that I can do his fonts justice on my lightsaber with that board. So don't get me wrong, it's a great board. I love that saber, but it's not practical. Let's put it that way.
No.
Everybody just
All right,
got
guys.
really quiet.
No, I need to say goodbye.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Well,
Thank you
it's
so much for writing.
and now
It was
Ray,
really nice to
there she
meet
is.
you.
I was going to say Ray's pulling a Jeremy. I'm really concentrating.
Likewise.
We'll get together in the future.
Yes, we will. We will continue to talk. We'll stay in touch. I do have to say you have some strange hours. I don't know when you sleep because, like seriously, I get like last night when we were messaging, I passed out and I don't know why he messaged me, but it must have been late. And then when I got up to go to the gym this morning, I look at my phone and it's like Rei Kennex was active 45 minutes ago, and I'm like, dude, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. When does this girl sleep?
Work hard.
I don't. Who needs sleep?
Right?
I do. I need sleep. I need lots of
Yeah.
sleep. I'm old.
We
and I
all
need
need it.
sleep.
We don't all get it though.
Right. So
Ray, I
But
am now
we-
following you on Instagram.
Oh, I'll follow
reach
you
out,
back.
You can
Reach out
follow.
to me anytime. Whenever you are ready to talk to me about that project, we'll work something out, and we'll just go from there.
100%.
Okay, I'm following you back. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I will be like texting you like at 4 a.m. today. Just get ready.
Oh
It's
my.
all good.
Like with a bunch of ideas. I'm already thinking.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I just need a few days. This week coming up, we're signing on the house. It's my birthday. We're getting
Aw.
puppies.
Puppies.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you take care of your things and then I'll be ready. It
Yes,
won't
ma'am.
take long. So,
And thank you again.
thank you.
Awesome.
I'm
course.
excited.
And
Me too.
and we will talk to you again for the podcast, and we'll stay in touch.
Yes, I'll bring my sabers next time. I'll bring my helmet and everything.
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
You were so great. Thank you, Ray.
Thank
And
you so
we-
much.
We really appreciate you sitting down with us for, I think almost the longest that anybody has sat down with us, which is awesome.
It's pretty good.
So
It was fun.
I mean, we got a little sidetracked here and there, but it was cool. Learned a lot more about you. For those fans that know of you and don't know a lot about you, now they know a lot more. So
Exactly.
it was great. We appreciate it. So
Watch
You're
those
welcome.
Soviet sci-fi films.
Yeah.
you are welcome anytime.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much, and take care.
Good
You
night.
too.
Sounds
I
good.
will see you again.
Have a good
See
night.
ya.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were three.
And then there were
And then
three.
And
I don't
there
know
was
what's
three.
going on with Preston this week.
He's probably busy.
Yeah. Well, he messaged the messaged me on Facebook saying that he was going to finish a sandwich. Gotta love them.
Must have been
Gotta
a
love
really
them.
good sandwich.
Some sandwiches.
No. It wasn't a sandwich. It was a sandwich.
The sandwiches.
Must
A
have been
sandwich.
Good sandwich.
And when you use the word sandwich, it's worth every minute of that sandwich.
I think I spied a Skywalker.
And then Max is supposed to be jumping on. He's running a little bit late. So that was the first time that we've had a female guest.
All
And
good.
and
Start of many.
I think it was really amazing to hear, because I mean we always hear the male take on lightsabers and Star Wars, and we've never had
A woman tell us her side.
a female take on
Yeah.
on Star Wars and how they see the franchise, and
I
and
love
it was
it. Like
phenomenal.
when I see, it's I don't know if it's like a nerd thing. I don't know. When I see girls like get into it, I'm just like, that's awesome. Like
And that's the
Definitely.
thing is we need more females in the community.
it's not often, yeah, you see it. So
She really was a fantastic guest.
cool.
It,
She really was.
She's so awesome.
We will.
Would you
we will.
So what'd you guys think of Brian last week?
Brian was awesome. I just wish that he would start a flow channel.
I went back and I watched the video and like, because I wasn't able to join. And I just like I was just like he talked, like his own little thing when you just zoomed in on him for a while, and I was just like, I only realized it was a while when I looked back at the time. I'm like, he's been talking for how long? I thought it was like 2 seconds because he was
He's-
like, I got immersed into that speech, and I was just like, oh my god, like,
And that's
Yeah.
and that was the thing is with Brian last week. It was very like relaxing and zen and hypnotic and
Yes.
Like it's
And what was the news?
it's like watching the funny videos on TikTok. It was almost like that time warp effect where you lose track of time.
Mm-hmm.
Which I unfortunately
I want to get him back. I want to get him just to chill with us. Seriously.
right.
Absolutely. I have a message out to Russell from Wade Sabers to join us next Saturday. So I'm hoping that's going to be something fun for all of us. If he can't do it, then I gotta get on and do something else. But next Saturday is also a very special day because we are celebrating 2 birthdays that day.
Birthday stream.
Yes,
I'm
we
one of 'em.
are. And I'm the other one.
I'm just.
The dual
Join in.
host birthday celebration.
It's gonna be exciting.
Yep.
So
Mine's 3 days before. Yours is 3 days after.
right.
Yeah,
It's
that's right.
perfect. We meet in the middle.
It's exactly perfect. It's like fate. So I didn't really have a chance to talk to you a whole lot last night, Aaron. But I did talk to Mike, and remember how Johanna was talking about Mike Starwalker?
Yes.
Do you know who Mike Starwalker is?
Hex yeah. I catch his videos
'Kay.
every morning.
Yep.
So
That kid is insane.
So I had a severe nerd moment last night, and it's not showing up.
He's one
and
of
I
those
don't-
dudes. I want to get him and Brian together, and
Oh my
they just
God.
choreograph something disgusting, like Mortal Kombat disgusting.
Finish him.
British. No, seriously though, like I think the two of them. Geez, Brian working with anybody would be ridiculous. I would love to see. I'd love to see him with Starwalker. I'd love to see
Awesome.
him with Grey Ghost Jedi. And I would absolutely, I would flip my I'd flip out if he and Michelle C. Smith could do something together.
Oh my God, that'd be sick.
That would be
Right.
that would be all of my flow, stunt choreographic dreams coming
Yeah.
true all at the same time.
So I can't find it
Messengers.
anymore. Actually, I think I sent it to Mike.
Did you?
Did I send
A
it to
little
you?
too high. I think I cursed you out for messaging me late. Oh, okay. Ooh, show that.
Putting that
So-
personal account information on there, Jeff. Got to be careful. People
That's
see your
all good.
conversations.
It's all good.
Package it. Oh, baby.
If somebody has a problem with who I talk to, then let it be their problem. So this is the Saber Trio Aaron that I'm getting from Mike. Aaron.
Saber Trio Aaron.
See what I did there, Aaron? That I'm getting an Aaron. Sorry, really bad dad joke. It's Friday night. We're all tired.
For a certain time.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna show up. Anyways, so no, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
There he is.
There it is. So Mike Starwalker mentioned me in his story last night after I shared his post.
Cool.
So I kind of had like a little bit of a nerd out moment last night where that was like one of the coolest things that's happened. Is when you see people like Rei, who's got a huge number of followers. She doesn't think of herself as a celebrity, but we look at guys like Mike Starwalker and Rei Kennex and Brian Gomer and Michelle C. Smith and as celebrities to like for our little corner of the nerd up universe.
Yeah.
that's a little shout out to Jeff Birch, Nerd Up,
Yes, yeah.
who we miss greatly,
100%.
and has
Yeah.
things going on. So, but we think of them as celebrities, but they don't think of themselves as celebrities. So when you get somebody like that, that's just like, oh, I'm just sharing somebody else's
Money,
story. Share your story. You're like, oh my God, I'm freaking out right now. So,
And for some reason, the Instagram is not allowing me to share stories at all. It doesn't matter who I choose. Doesn't I went into my settings. It's all sharing is activated.
Yeah, you
I
used to
hit
be
the
able to
little
do it.
I hit the little arrow and then it says create a group. Well, I don't want to create a group. I want to
Create a
share a
group.
story. And I can't do it. And it's like I don't know if I'm on like sharing ban or something, but
I can only do it through my phone. I can't even really
and
do
that's the
it.
thing. I can't. I do it through my phone, and it doesn't let me, and I don't know what else I need to do.
and I've run into that. There are a couple of individuals where I have not been able to really share their stuff properly.
Yeah, but it's everybody with me, like literally everybody I follow. I can't share a thing, and there's been some really cool stuff I've wanted to share recently, especially when you guys repost my stuff and you add your own little things to it. I can't share it.
Right.
It's like, jeez, I'm crow. So,
And I've had some issues where like I've certain people will post and I haven't been able to post, but or reshare, but and it seems to be hit and miss, and I don't know if it's maybe a glitch with the algorithm or what, but
who cares? I don't know. Anyways, so I have to work in the morning, so unfortunately I got to bounce. I am sorry, but the roster at the moment is looking like Wade Sabers for next Saturday. We'll figure something out birthday-wise. I don't know. We'll get a bunch of people in here. We'll chill. We'll hang. We'll have a good time and do our thing because we are the suspects.
That's right.
Right.
So, all right, you two.
Well,
y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
It's been a pleasure.
Of course.
You don't have to go home, but apparently you can't stay here.
I am home. Bye, y'all.
Good night, dude.
Good night, Saberland.
All right.
So that was okay. Bye, Cole. Bye, Cole.
I think he's
Bye,
just saying.
Cole.
Oh, he's leaving. Oh, see you, dude.
Cole? Are you leaving us? Please don't go.
Oh, he'll enjoy,
Please-
I think, my
please
unboxing of the Fallen Saber because he has the staff, by the way.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Isaac, thank you, man. That was cool, man. That was awesome. I'm glad she hung out with us, longer than.
Does Isaac want to jump on the stream with us?
Whatever Isaac wants
Does
to do.
Cole want to jump on the stream with us?
Cole's
If you
like
guys,
psych.
if you guys want to jump on the stream with us, just post in the comments, and I will send you the invite.
Are we? Hold on. Let me go back to the group. Are we waiting for someone else?
Yes, Ian's hoping to get on. Max is hoping to get on.
Ian is still working?
He was last time I checked, yeah.
Okay. So we got Brandon is not here tonight.
Link is not here. Yeah, RoboFrets, Johannan is not here.
Cole, I'm glad you asked. It's actually dropping right now. No, just kidding. We are going to tape like one or two more maybe at this point. I don't know about 4 more, but maybe 1 or 2 more for sure. And we are going to edit and start releasing them. We just don't want to release one and then or 2, let's say. We do have 2. And then nothing happens for weeks. And we want to get it rolling where we just started,
Yeah, basically what we want to do, Cole, is we want to have, we want to release one every 2 weeks, give or take. We may release some special stuff in between. But we want to have about 6 to 8 episodes ready to go, edited up, so that we can just start releasing an episode every 2 weeks, and that gives Mike and I the time, with our busy work schedules, family schedules, and time zone difference, to line up people to sit down and interview and give you guys very good and consistent content. Yeah, we don't want you to get you guys into this whole Jedi mind tricks and then just have you listen to them all and not have any new content ready to go for you for months and months on end. So
I love that icon. It's like the Isaac's picture.
The Darth Revan picture.
That's sick.
It is so sick.
We
need, you know what we need? We need that. No, we need that world between worlds. That's what Rey needs to do. She needs to do like a world between worlds Ahsoka fan film.
I think
she
will
go back to the old Republic and dual Darth Revan.
That would be awesome. And who will play Darth Revan? Mike Starwalker.
Mike Starwalker. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
We're just gonna come up with our own fan film castings here.
Yeah.
No, literally, Mike Starwalker could play anybody with his lightsaber skills. So.
That's right. So that's another thing I wanted to sort of briefly say. I'm gonna start. I don't know if it was Brian who kind of got me interested again, but I had ideas in the past for like going outside, trying to do little like flows, things like that. I've done it before, like on my own, just messing around.
Right.
But I'm gonna start like trying to, just change things up because like I like doing sound fun videos, obviously, and other things. Gaming, I got to get back to, but I want to start doing like flows, and I want to start doing. I talked to you and some people about like sound fonts, things like that. I just gotta, like you said, busy schedule, being a dad, and all this sort of stuff. So I just gotta sit down and do all that stuff. And that's that.
Test 1 2.
Test 1 2.
Test 1 2. It is our
What's up, guys?
Surprise guest star of the night, Link from
What's
Repost
up,
Collectibles.
What's up, y'all? Sorry for no camera and not being able to hit it up earlier, man. It's been such a busy day. How about how's everybody doing? And man, I'm so sorry I missed our guest. I really wish I could have interacted and had a chance to listen. And I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the episode to listen. And she sounds wonderful.
You definitely should go back and rewatch it. She's very, very down to earth. She was just an absolute pleasure to talk to and hang out with. She committed to an hour and said that she probably couldn't commit to a whole lot longer than that, and actually hung out with us for well over an hour and a half.
It was like hour 30-something minutes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah. Absolutely, man. That's great. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go back and check it out.
And like Jeff was saying, it was great to have a perspective from a female in the community to see, getting into Star Wars and just, all about the community and how she got into it. And that was cool. She was cool.
Well, yeah. and I mean, having that, like, we all have that opinion of Star Wars where it's very male centric and based around like a male perspective. It was nice to see and hear about this franchise that brought us all together in the first place from a female perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Again, I'll definitely want to go back and listen. And did she say if she was maybe going to get the chance to come back on the show at some point?
She's probably not gonna be able to make it back on tonight, but we're definitely
like another time though.
Oh, I'm sure she will.
As far as us, we have her for the podcast in the future.
We've got her for Jedi Mind Tricks.
Okay.
She has been told as well that she's more than welcome anytime she wants to come on and hang out with us.
Oh yeah.
She's more than welcome. So,
very cool. And yeah, I like the idea a lot. And excuse me. I know there's go ahead.
No, go ahead, Link.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I really like that's what's so great about any kind of shows like these, whether it's a podcast or a get together or hangout. Like it's always great to have I don't know what the word would be, diversity, or just people from all walks of life, males, females, just everybody, Star Wars fans, right? Anybody and everybody. And yeah, I do like any chance that, if we can get more females on the show, or, just more of that, because it is a more kind of male centric hobby, but that doesn't mean that it has to be, or is owned by anybody on one side or the other. Like this Star Wars is for everybody, of course, and we, I know you guys are like me, we all embrace the community as a whole, and any chance we have to have female guests or any guests that's interested in coming on and hanging out, I know we're always happy to have that. And again, I really can't wait to go back and listen. And I really am sad I didn't get to show up earlier, but yeah, no, that'll be great. I saw some of her work, with the cosplay and some of the fan film stuff that, was y'all shared with me before. And yeah, man, just wow, incredible stuff. So
and when we sat down and talked to her, I said, I saw the fan film Doom probably 6-8 months ago, somewhere in there, and had no idea until we connected with her and talked with her and started learning more about her through the cosplays that she does, that she was actually Hera in that fan film, which was a really stellar fan film.
I think that's where I saw her first, actually. Well, maybe the Ahsoka cosplay, but I knew I saw her as Hera in that fan film, and then through the scheduling you guys were doing, I was seeing some of her stuff, and I was like, man, wow, that's. And I love, dude. I tell people all the time. I say, I am not like, I don't do cosplay and a lot of that kind of side of the hobby, but I look at it equally as any other art form, medium, and I love and appreciate all of that kind of stuff so much. I mean, because I've had friends and still do have friends that do art, that do cosplay, and I've been privy to how much work and money and time goes into that craft, and it is incredible. And when you see folks that put this much effort into something that they love so much, I don't care what your niche is in the hobby, again, whether it's saber installers or cosplay or people that build cosplay. That's the other thing, is like people that build cosplay, there's people that build it, there's people that wear it, and then there's people that do both, which obviously the guest earlier, she, I'm assuming she probably does a lot of her own in building her cosplays out. A lot of people that are into cosplay like to do that, and I really respect that side of the hobby a lot. People don't a lot of people just don't understand like how much time and effort goes into that stuff. And it's really cool, man. I really respect it a lot. I love seeing it. Any chance I get to see people doing cosplay and stuff, like I'm all about it. I think it's great.
Well, and that's one of the things we talked to her about, because I mean, she does, like, when you look at Star Wars, she does Leia, she does Rey, she does Iden Verso from Battlefront 2.
Yep.
She does Hera, and she does Ahsoka. And she said that her Ahsoka is one of the longest makeups at 4.5 to 5 hours to get it on.
I do believe that 100%. And what Cole said in the chat, he said it's, it's costume design and fashion. It is art form. It absolutely is an art form. And, I complain about making sound fonts sometimes, but like you'll never, like, I really try not to complain about, silly things like that, because the amount of time that I put into a sound font, while it's, I do put in the time, but it's nothing compared to what these artists do, man. And my hat is so off to them and how hard they work. It's so fantastic. I love every bit of it, man. It's great.
Well, and that was the great thing about having somebody like her on was, she's like a triple threat, because she does acting, she does cosplay, she does voice work, and she sings too, right? So she's multi-talented, and just an amazing, down-to-earth human being. And when you go back and watch the section with her back, we may have inadvertently directed Fours towards his next font.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we said, you know what would be really cool, Fours? And he's like, what? I said, you need to do an Ahsoka font. And he goes, I want to do an Ahsoka font. I said, no, but you need to do an Ahsoka font and get Rey to do the voiceover work. And she's like,
yes.
oh, 100%,
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Totally, I'll do it.
He's like, just tell me when.
Oh, man.
And
yeah,
that's
that has to happen. Like,
so she's she's fully on board about doing voiceover for an Ahsoka font for Fours.
I think Fours is going to be the perfect person for that. He did such a fantastic job with Anger and Lust for Power with Kyle Lusignan. An amazing cosplayer and a hilarious guy. I've watching him on Instagram and seeing all the stuff he does. That guy also is very into his craft, and you see how much work he puts in. And so, I think this would be a great. I think this is definitely a Fours project where, seeing what he did, with Kyle, I think him with doing an Ahsoka with Rey would just, wow. Like I want to pay all the monies for that. Hey, Max.
Hey, Max.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm late.
It's all good. It's all good. We're just having a good conversation. Did you catch any of what happened earlier?
No, I was running out to grab dinner late. I'm so sorry. Because I wish I was there, because you guys were talking with like Rey and stuff, and man, I probably missed out on some really good stuff.
I got to go back and watch too.
But we're planning to have her on again, so you'll always get a second shot. She's very down to earth, as we were just telling Link, and like we give guests that first hour and say, okay, we're going to ask you questions. We're going to focus on you and what you do. And she actually stayed on with us for over an hour and a half, just hanging out and talking about Star Wars. We talked Bad Batch with her. We talked the movies with her. We talked Clone Wars. We talked, just had some great conversations with her. because she's such a huge fan. So, have you checked out any of her work?
I don't think I have yet, but from the photos that I saw, that's incredible in terms of cosplay. Because I too am also in the cosplay. I don't think I've sent any photos in the group chat, but I'm trying to do a Luke Skywalker Return of the Jedi cosplay. I did one like a year or two ago. I even did a Kylo Ren, but I kind of want to go back and redo it because Luke, I'm doing like Return of the Jedi, and even now I'm even more excited to finish it because of Mando, because they brought that appearance back.
Oh yeah,
right.
And then Kylo Ren, I really like his costume in The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. That like quilted tunic that he wears, I really like it. So I want to try to do that at some point too, because I did the Force Awakens Kylo, and I'll say this for anyone who wants to cosplay as Kylo Ren, that costume is nothing but layers, and they get hot.
Yeah, I saw Adam Savage when he cosplayed. This was some years ago at this point, but I saw this thing where Adam
All right, guys,
Savage.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, no worries, Mike. And he, you know, and his was, I'm assuming, like the most screen accurate, crazy, legit version. And yeah, he was talking about, and you could see all the layers he did, and it does look incredible. But yeah, you're looking at that, and it's like, man, this dude's wearing like 6 or 7 plus, probably, like just. But I mean, you know, every serious cosplay I've ever seen is really that. It's that in depth. It's that, you know, and again, to the average goer, like they have no idea how much time and layers, and, you know, like what Jeff said about Rey being in the makeup chair for 4+ hours. I mean, that's, you know, and I see stuff like that. Like whenever I see behind the scenes stuff in movies with any kind of costume, whether it's in Star Wars or other genres, and, you know, you see like the more alien species type stuff and how much they're in the makeup chair and stuff, and some of them are there for 12-14 hours, and it's like, wow, man, you know, that's some dedication, you know.
Yeah, money's a big factor too. You gotta have a lot of money, especially if you want to pull off a cosplay where people will see you and think of the character, because you can get like costumes, like very like run-of-the-mill costumes from like China, and like I'm not saying it's bad, like they're good, but you can use them as like a basis to build it off into something greater. But
getting that screen accuracy is expensive,
especially in the case of Star Wars. If you're trying to, especially if you're trying to be one of the, like the Imperials or the First Order, any bad guy from Star Wars has a complex costume. Maybe except Darth Maul in the Phantom Menace, his costume's actually pretty simple. But really, anyone that's in the 501st Legion that's currently on that costume reference guide, it's a lot. It's a major. Oh man.
So I just want to interject here. I'm about to bring 2 more people on screen. One we know and love. The other gentleman I have had the honor of chatting to. I don't know if too many other people here have. So we are going to bring on the Blues Brother YouTube. Elvis is in the building. Hey.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
And then we are going to bring in Mr. Oh, wait, what's going on there? Mr. Aaron Ron Jr.
Yo, what's up, guys?
He's Zach.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah, feels like
I'm glad to hear that you got off work early and you were able to make it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, Elvis, you saw most of our stuff with Rey. Aaron,
actually, I missed it. I hopped on like 2 minutes before she was saying goodbye.
Yeah. So she committed to an hour. We got her for well over an hour and a half. She definitely wants to talk to you.
Me?
Yes.
Well,
she definitely wants to talk to you because we told her that you were a huge Cyberpunk fan, and she's like, "Oh my God, the Cyberpunk community is not big enough. I need to talk to this person."
I am so down.
So you have a fan just because you're into Cyberpunk as well. So
yes, perfect. Thank you.
So So, what is new in your world, Elvis, other than, life and YouTube videos?
Yeah. I mean, well, for YouTube videos, I did a fun Ghostbuster font review where I kind of got into some cosplay. That was pretty fun.
I saw that. It was
Did you see
very
that one?
stellar. I did.
I just ordered the high ground from SP, so I'm really looking forward to that. That should be coming out in December, I think. So that'll be my first non-LGT hilt, so kind of a big deal for me. And then I bought the 3D printer in the back, which I've been having a lot of fun with. Actually, been doing some cosplay. I just got done making this, which turned out pretty snazzy.
Oh wow!
Nice.
I did
Mike
a
and
lot
I
of sanding and painting.
Mike and I were actually talking last night about 3D printers and how amazing they are and the stuff that you can do with them, and how I would love to have my own 3D printer.
They're super frustrating. Like,
I
get
can
dialed
imagine.
in. Oh man, just getting that first layer to print right. It's been my nightmare.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Like I tried printing this little grate here. I was making like a lightsaber stand. And to get this to like attach to the bed and print without these little circles getting pulled by the hot end on the 3D printer. Oh man! And then the worst part is you can't just like call someone and be like, "Hey, what am I doing wrong?" You have to like go search the community. So it's kind of like lightsabers actually. It's like when you want to troubleshoot something, you have to go find people that have the information and go through like Facebook groups and stuff. And now that I've had it for like 4 weeks, I'm finally starting to get it dialed in. So now it's like I can just hit print and hopefully it works. But yeah,
Hey,
super frustrating
Elvis.
getting started. Yeah.
Is it possible you could send me your Instagram or Facebook in the little StreamYard chat? I want to hit you up since you have a 3D printer. I have a project that I'm needing printing, and the printers that we have on base are just not working. So, yeah. And of course, I'd pay you for doing this.
Hey man, I sent my Instagram name in the chat there.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
But yeah, other than that, that was pretty funny. We're like, I'm going to bring on two guys, one we know and love. And I'm like, oh, I must be the other guy.
Well, because, I mean, you were part of my very first test live stream. On
was
my
it?
YouTube. Yeah, it was my very first. You came on for a bit on my channel one night, and it was the first time I'd ever done a live stream on my channel.
I think it was the first time I had done one too. I had like just gotten the microphone that day or something.
Yeah, I think so, and that's why. I mean, I've done a lot of streams with the other guys on that you see around you.
The usual suspects.
The usual suspects, yes. So, but we have not done a lot with you. So, not to discount that we don't know and love you, but some of these guys haven't had the opportunity to chat with you. So
yeah.
See, it's actually the other way around. They know and love you, Elvis, but they don't know me. They hate me.
What's up, man? How's everything?
That's good, Mike. How you been?
Good, man.
Just good.
So what's other than the last few weeks, work changed up your shift? What's new in your world?
In my world? Or?
In your world.
Oh, well, last week, as some of you know, I wasn't able to join the usual suspects. I was helping out with some stage work for 3 bands that came to our Air Force base, which that was really cool. It was such a fun time. I also got a picture with the singer and guitarist of the band Sick Puppies, so that was really awesome.
And I actually saw that picture, and I was like, that's awesome because that's right up your alley.
Oh yeah, Oh yeah, it was so cool. I got to be on stage when they were doing their sound check, and then as soon as they were done with their sound check, it started raining, so we had to squeegee the stage, cover everything in tarp. Oh, it was great. It was a good time.
Exciting.
So,
yeah.
Any new sabers?
No, unfortunately. I've surprisingly kind of stepped away from it for a little bit. Just gotten sidetracked with life and so many other things. I do have my eye on a lot of lightsaber hilts that I want for sure. Yeah. I need to get back into installing. I miss it.
Well, for those of you that missed it, like Mike and Max, I am about to join the Saber Trio Club.
That's right.
Thanks to Mike. Mike had to. He wanted to buy a new one, so we're all going to have different Saber Trios too, which will be awesome.
I'm thinking about getting one.
Which model was it again?
I bought Mike's Aaron.
Yeah,
nice.
So I have the Arclight and the Aaron, but I always go back to what I started with, and I just got a new speaker in this, and I'm just kind of like I polished this thing up a little bit, and I don't know, I'm using this one, so like that one, not to say it sits there, but it kind of does. Like I turn it on, I love looking at it, Aaron, but then I'm like, I don't know, I don't really need it anymore. I'm gonna try to sell it, and then Jeff doesn't have a CFX yet, so I was like, you know what, like I think, and he loves Obi-Wan, so I was like, Obi-Wan can kind of saber CFX.
Yeah, I've thought about getting either the Vectra or the Senza from Saber Trio.
Those are both great.
Senza's a good one.
Yeah,
I like the Senza.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to getting that and redoing a bunch of the videos that I've already done for font reviews and doing all the other ones that I haven't been able to do just because the restrictions of my current Saber that will accept different sound fonts. So we'll just leave it at that. So, Max, anything new and exciting?
I started college. My third year, actually. Awesome. I should clarify. My third year, not my first year. My third year.
So,
awesome.
Did you have a full first week, or like did you go back Monday, or?
Yeah, so this was the full first week. Technically, we started last Thursday. I live in the Southwest, so we start school before everyone else does. Most people don't start till September. We're different. We start in August and end in May. Everyone else, it's like September to June. So, but yeah, it's been crazy college so far. Because this is my first time on a university rather than a community college. Because I was in community college for the first 2 years, and for my third year, I finally. It took so long because, like, I technically was going to go to university at first, but finances and stuff, and then now I'm finally able to get in. But the main reason why is because I want to get my general eds out of the way, and it's better if you do it at a cheaper price. You don't want to do it on university because the teacher's like the size of an ant, and like you're like all the way in the back, and you're like, what the heck is he saying? It's like they're like coliseums. It's like insane. But no, I'm having fun. Granted, the commute sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, sometimes the commute, no matter where you live or what you do, sucks. So
it's 20 minutes from my house, so I got to drive on the freeway from my place all the way down to the campus, which is like 20 miles from my house. But it's not bad. It's the hard part is just getting in and out because traffic tends to build up around there. But other than that, it's no big deal.
Nice. That's like my average daily commute is usually more than a half hour max. So 20 minutes isn't bad.
You have to like go into like downtown, or like you got to like go
to where our office is located.
Mm.
When you said 20 miles in 20 minutes, I was like, dang, Takes me an hour and a half to go 20 miles where I'm at.
Right.
Is it California or something? Or
Houston.
Oh,
okay.
Texas. Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's
I'm in
also another
Austin.
big
Yeah,
city.
I'm familiar with all that. Yeah, it
Austin
gets.
traffic's really bad too.
I've been down there.
Yeah, Houston is. I kind of grew up in that area, so I can relate.
Well, and I mean, I did a round trip from my house to one of the buildings that we managed one night for a fire alarm call. And this was in the middle of the night. So keep in mind, there's basically nobody else on the road. My round trip was an hour and a half.
Wow, that's far.
And there was no one else
traffic.
around?
And there was no traffic.
That's a lot of miles.
Well, I mean, even though we're Canada, we are a city of Calgary is a city of well over 1 million people. So we're over 3 million. I was just being told in the background by my wife.
Okay.
Yeah, populations are getting higher. There's a lot of people moving to where I'm at. A lot of people from California. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's hypocritical for me to say because I was born in California, so it's like, oh well.
Right.
So
all right,
I got a little something new from Saber related. So today, so I've been kind of looking at getting a custom hilt done for some stuff for Repulse, but today the custom Saber shop dropped modular thin neck pieces. And if you haven't seen those, you got to check them out. I'm very impressed. It's really cool.
Stuff. I didn't see that. That's cool.
Yeah, he dropped them today, Tim from TCSS, and there's a multitude of pieces that allow you to kind of customize the way you want the thin neck to be, and I mean, for a starter pack, I guess that's not what he's calling it. That's what I'm calling it. I'm assuming he may add to it down the road, but even the pieces that dropped today allow for tons of different ways and options. And so I was like, well, that's funny because I was just thinking I need to get a hilt for a certain project. And I was like, well, there we go. So I went ahead and pulled the trigger and got basically a thin neck hilt using those pieces. And then a CFX board, so that'll be coming my way soon, and then I'll have to get with my installer to figure all that out for a later project. But I'm really excited about it. They look great. So like this is the first true offering from TCSS of a true thin neck anything, And I was thinking about it earlier too. I was like, it kind of makes sense because for the longest time, for years, all we had was in-hilt LED. And when you have in-hilt LED, you need a heat sink and all these extra parts. So a thin neck really wasn't feasible in that way. Whereas nowadays with NeoPixel connector, I mean, you could just run a few wires through and you're set, right? So it totally makes sense. What's really cool if you go down on the the list on the left, if you scroll all the way down, there's like a virtual 3D builder, 3D MHS builder. Okay. And you can select that. It's at the bottom left there, 3D MHS builder.
Oh yeah.
And you can like go in and select the pieces and kind of build it out and see all the different combinations and stuff. But I was like, wow, this is like the first thing from TCSS I've seen in years that was like a truly next level customizing thing, And they've been great. They've been a staple in the hobby and the DIY hobby for since way before I was even here. So I've been a big supporter of them for a long time.
I think when we talked to Rob Petkow, he said that TCS the custom saber shop was right around the same time as him.
Yeah.
So they've been around. Tim's been doing it for probably well over 2 decades.
Yep, and he's got for anyone that's newer to the hobby and you haven't really seen the DIY scene so much, these days there's so many vendors that have ready to ship sabers that are fully installed and everything else. But if you really want something custom, TCSS is a fantastic place. You can really get creative, you know. But anyway, yeah. So
That's taking
feel
it
free to
very,
mess
very
around
long.
with that. But it those new thin neck pieces really take it to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, and there's not enough companies doing thin neck sabers, and that's kind of the problem, because they are kind of a finicky little niche market, right?
I just sent a picture in our group chat with what I got.
Very nice.
I don't know if y'all want to show it, but it just kind of goes to show, and it's simple, right? I'm gonna further customize this with my installer, and I'd like to do some shroud work for it and some other things, but you know, as a base hilt, it's really cool to see something like this. You know, we've never had true thin neck anything like this from TCSS.
Yeah,
So, and you're right. Yeah, there's very few options for thin neck stuff out in the hobby. The only time I really see it is, you know, some vendors have their take on it, you know, Saber Trio or you know, LGT. You know, there's some stuff out there, but like to find that true super thin stuff like that is you know, you usually have to go custom. I've seen Nick over at Starfall create some stuff like that before. That guy, I mean, I swear that dude, everything that guy makes is like gold. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But
Well, and
yeah.
the thing about thin neck sabers too is up until now, you've either had the Luke from Return of the Jedi, the Obi-Wan, or the Leia, and that's the only reason some of these companies are doing thin neck sabers, is they're doing the canon hilts, right?
Yep.
I mean, where what you're doing is a completely one-off, unique, never been seen thin neck saber, which is great.
That's what's got me so excited about this, because again, like with TCSS, like you're not locked into just buying their parts, but it also allows you to like say you want to work with someone like Nick from Starfall, where, you know, he might create some of the hilt pieces himself, but just add in some of those TCSS thin neck parts and mix and match, right? So that's what's great about TCSS is whatever part that they have that you like, you can take that part and then have a true sabersmith kind of build on top of that and get just whatever your mind thinks up, right? And you just, you know, they just match the sizes or however they need to fit it in and make it work. And I really think having this offering from TCSS is really gonna, I would assume it would really help their sales a lot and kind of take them to the next level, because that's a level of customization I haven't seen them jump into since like forever. I mean, that's going to open some doors for them, I think, a lot, and for a lot of people in the community. You know, there's a huge amount of people in this hobby that love thin neck sabers and would probably love having something truly custom that incorporates that, you know, even something as simplistic as this.
Well,
where,
and
you know,
the thing that's great about something simplistic like that is with acid etching and the stuff that guys are doing with etching nowadays,
shroud work, whatever.
That would be an absolutely perfect hilt to do some intricate acid etching work on.
Yeah,
right?
I'm excited to see what people do with this. I think it's going to do really well.
Right, you do some acid etching and powder coating on top of that etching, and you can definitely take it to the next level and make something completely unique to only you. So
that's my plan.
Right. So, Link, have you watched any of the Bad Batch yet?
No, and you're not going to hurt my feelings with spoilers. I imagine at some point I'll get to it, but honestly, that personally for me that show hasn't shown me anything that's gotten me excited about it. And even if it did, I am so behind on shows, it's not even funny. Like, so feel free to talk about it to your heart's content.
Okay, because we haven't actually sat down and really had a full discussion now that the show is over. We've seen the complete first season, and get everybody's opinion on what they thought of it. Aaron, have you seen it all?
I have not, but like what Link said, it's not gonna affect me. I'll probably forget by the time I start watching it, so feel free to talk about it.
So you have not seen it. Then maybe we'll switch it up a bit. Has anybody seen the trailer for Star Wars Visions?
Yes.
Yes. That looks incredible.
Seeing, I know some of you guys are huge anime fans. I am not so much, unfortunately. And I'm not.
I'm not either, Jeff. I'm not either.
dissing it
I've never
at all,
been.
Max.
Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
But
It's not for everyone.
And I mean, Visions may be one of those things where, I mean, I'll watch it because it's Star Wars, but I'm sure there's going to be certain aspects of it that I'm going to enjoy more than others. The same with everything else. So what's everybody's opinion on Star Wars Visions then, I guess? Max, go ahead.
I'm the animation fan, so obviously, like...
Well, Max, I could just see you in the bottom corner trying to contain all that excitement, and I'm like, I gotta let him speak, or he's going to explode.
I'm super excited for it because it's one of those things where you see it and you're like, why have they not done this before? Like, it's literally like they basically told a bunch of anime studios, like, hey, we're going to give you the Star Wars IP, do whatever the hell you want with it, and we're getting that. They're pretty much giving us that. And the cool part is, they're doing it like any other anime. You watch it subbed or dubbed, and I think that's great. I think that's going to bring a lot of people into Star Wars, and I've noticed already a bunch of people who weren't into Star Wars before want to get into it now because they're like, "Whoa, Star Wars anime! This is awesome!" Oh, yeah. And there's 2 studios that I'm super excited about that are working on this. One of them being Studio Trigger. They did a animated film called Premiere. I still haven't seen it yet, but from what I've seen and like the shots and stuff, they're the ones that are responsible for making the upcoming short that involves the 2 twins. And basically, this actually gave me Old Republic vibes, funny enough. But basically, it's like 2 twins who both fell to the dark side, and they're both like dark side like warriors or like Sith, I guess. We don't really know. But one of them, the boy, ends up becoming good, and he has to go back and fight his sister, who's still like on the dark side. Apparently, she's got like this cool power where she becomes General Grievous, I guess, because in the trailer she like summons other arms and she turns into like General Grievous. I'm just surprised that like it's kind of funny with anime that like this stuff's like some of like the most ridiculous and stupidest things get a pass. Like there's this shot where like they pull out like this like umbrella and it's got like 7 or 8 lightsabers and it's spinning like the Inquisitor's lightsabers, and I'm like, so let me get this straight. No one's gonna complain about that, but everyone's gonna complain about a freaking cross guard on a hilt. Because that's apparently breaking Star Wars logic.
I think, I when I saw that umbrella thing, first of all, the trailer was incredible. Like, again, when it comes, like, I'm kind of with Jeff. Like, I've never been an anime guy, like, ever. But in the last 3 or 4 years, there have been select ones that I've seen that I kind of jumped into. I mean, Dragon Ball Super, that latest, the back half of that season was probably some of the best content in animation I've probably ever seen, but I don't know how much that's saying since I haven't been into anime like a whole lot ever, but that was incredible. Sword Art Online I got into from a project, which I've really kind of fell in love with that. Not to the point of like Die Hard jumping into the whole backstory of it, but like enough to, but I think more than anything when it comes to anime, again, when it's art. So I appreciate art, like drawn art, animated art, any kind of art form really, but the art and the way it animates in anime, I really can appreciate a lot. Some of the way the cinematography and how animators accomplish that in anime blows my mind. I've seen clips and snippets from stuff like One Punch Man and My Hero Academia and some of these ones that I've now heard of and kind of understand at least what they're what they are. Demon Slayer, and like from a cinematography standpoint, what these animators are able to accomplish blows my mind. So when I saw Vision's trailer, of course I'm a Star Wars fan first, and I'm a artwork animation fan second, and I'm kind of like with Max. I'm like, dude, this has been ripe for the picking for 40 years, and it's like. And then I look at it and I see all the crazy over the top stuff they're doing, and I'm like, I expect this because that's anime, that's what they do. And then to Max's point about the umbrella thing, I'm like, I kind of laughed and I'm like, well, it's anime. That's yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. I mean, I could, all right. I mean, it is the weirdest, craziest, stupid, but I mean, again, anime. What I have learned about anime is it's about the storytelling more than anything. They are the Japanese culture, or at least what I see people get into a lot, is more story driven than anything. And the characters and the character development seems to be a big thing. So I'm excited to see how these animators and storytellers approach that from the anime perspective, the lens of that with Star Wars. I mean, I am really excited to see this take, you know what I mean, and these different stories and what they do, and go ahead, have at it, have crazy umbrella lightsabers, screw it, let's go.
Right. Elvis, opinions?
Yeah, I'm not an anime guy either, but I'm just excited for something different, something new, more content. Like anything and everything is good. So yeah, seeing the umbrella sabers, that we're calling it, I mean, sure, why not? I mean, and just anything different, and I'm the person that usually will give a show a whole season before I determine if I don't like it or not. Like I will invest hard all the way through a whole season just to make sure. Like Trailer Park Boys, I thought it was the worst show in the world until I got to season 2, and then I was like, this is the best show ever made. And I fell in love with it. So no, so I mean, I'm not an anime person, but I'm excited for new and different content. So yeah, I'll definitely be watching it, but I can't really share much of an opinion on the art or the studios or anything sophisticated about it because I'm not part of that community.
Right. And I mean, when we're talking about this quote unquote umbrella saber, everybody scoffed at the crossguard at first. Everybody scoffed at the staff lightsaber at first. And now you go back and you look through, and the crossguard and the staff and your traditional lightsaber are staples in the universe. So just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it doesn't work and doesn't fit with the universe. And I mean, we had never seen a crossguard, which takes place after the original trilogy and after the prequels, and now they're releasing characters that were part of the Old Republic that had crossguards. So
I'm watching Rebels, and the episode where they go into the Sith temple, and everyone's dead. Ezra picks up a crossguard, if I'm not mistaken.
The Jedi one.
Yeah. So I thought, it was a green crossguard, and I thought, did this happen before the movies? Because I'm just watching Rebels for the first time, so I'm like trying to do the math in my head, like what year did this come out?
Right.
So I didn't know if that was prior to or not. And I'm one of those people that scoffed at the crossguard too when it first saw it, and I was like, gimmick.
Yeah.
After getting my knuckles hit how many times, I'm like, I need that.
Right, and I think that season of Rebels actually took was aired after the Force Awakens came out.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah. So the crossguard had been seen on the big screen at that point.
That damn Filoni, always just fixing stuff.
Right. Well, and I mean, you've got the Inquisitor lightsabers, right? Where not only are they a staff, but they're a spinning staff.
Bro, they flew, and I'm
they're
like
helicopters.
They're Mary
okay,
Poppins.
so that's
Mary Poppins,
look, I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yeah.
I was like, if Danny DeVito can do it in Batman, then the Inquisitors can do it too.
I wasn't so mad about that. I did laugh. It actually made me laugh out loud. I'm like, they just flew. Like what is?
Yeah, but
I'm
it
like,
was really
I'll take
only
it.
the one Inquisitor though that flew in that.
No, two of them did it.
Oh, did they?
3.
I thought it was
Or all three of them.
seventh sister and third brother. I thought
ninth brother or whatever the hell.
Ninth.
Yeah.
The 17th cousin.
But I mean,
I
when we,
I thought it was like, like an error or something. I thought like it just turned on and like it sent them flying. Like I didn't know it was like planned. And then I like you, like I realized I'm like, wait, that was like on purpose. They're flying.
Yeah, they're flying. Like
Well,
okay, all right.
And when we first saw the Grand Inquisitor in Rebels, and he fires up that staff saber and it starts spinning, it's like, okay, I don't get that first of all, but now everybody just accepts it and they're like,
Hey, but
"Oh,
you know what
that
made
hilt
me
is so cool." But
you know what I liked so much about that Grand Inquisitor the first time we saw that and he started spinning it? For me personally, the thing that sold me on it immediately, because I saw it and I knew he was going to spin it because you could just see it coming, and I'm like, he's going to spin it, okay, whatever. But then the sound design, the sound that it makes as a font guy, like that's what.
Right.
When I heard that, I was like, yo, this is sick. I was like, let's go.
Right.
So I'm curious to see what this umbrella thing, like how they, again, so to me, it's like, I don't care how crazy they get with Star Wars, because at the end of the day, they're energy weapons in a sci-fi universe. So who gives a crap? And it's the storytelling. Like, how do they implement it? Or is there going to be any kind of sense to it whatsoever?
Right. And but I mean, like, people are scoffing at an umbrella lightsaber. And I guess my point with bringing up the Inquisitor was everybody scoffing at all these other designs. Yeah, we've got a lightsaber with the hilt in the middle, with the crystal inside, and the emitters are the only thing that are spinning. Like, how is that functional?
Yeah.
When the light is supposed to be a direct path from the power source through the crystal out the emitter, when that emitter starts spinning, you have no path for that light. So
he just uses the force.
Right, like everybody just accepted that hilt. But when you look at it from a functional engineering standpoint, it doesn't work.
Works.
Yeah.
But
that's
what's great about Visions though, is that it's not canon. So let them go as crazy as they want, right?
Wait, Rebels isn't canon?
It's no Visions or the new anime show.
Oh right, yeah.
So like the umbrella saber and all that, it's not canon. They should have like creative license to just go nuts.
Right.
Sounds like that's
kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, if everybody's going to accept something like the Grand Inquisitor's lightsaber that realistically shouldn't work but does, just let the guys that are doing Visions do what they want, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Just move on with life if you don't like it.
Yeah. The other something else in the Visions trailer I saw that kind of stood out to me was the really old guy that could shoot lightning, and he has his red, like super deep red saturated blade. But that blade, if you look at it, is literally shaped like a katana blade. Like it it's not this rounded, lightsaber blade. Like it looks like a katana blade. But it's it's still a lightsaber. So I was like, that's pretty cool that they made it shaped like a real blade, and I thought that was a pretty interesting attention to detail. And then likewise, the twins are seemingly taking their lightsaber blades, but shooting them in such a way that the blades are like fluid, like light whips and all this stuff. And I'm like, that's also, I want to see more of like how they do that. How come it works that way? Like that's some, like to Elvis's point, that's something different. Like I really want to see that.
That's
so
that's actually something that was in Legends, the lightsaber whips. That's something that they're bringing back in this new.
Well,
Visions.
right, yeah, but seeing what Visions does with that is what I meant, I guess.
But
yes. Yeah.
I am also curious about that too, because there's like that shot where he's like holding back, and it's like there's all these like red coils around his blue saber. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, but I'm definitely curious. So,
Well, and I mean, like you brought up the whole katana blade. That's basically just a thinner, more refined version of the dark saber blade.
Yeah, I mean,
Right? It's just a
I mean,
different.
it could be.
It's a
I'm
different
curious to see
take.
how they do it. You know,
It's a different take on what we got with the dark saber, right? It's
and
more of a Japanese.
that one girl in the
Japanese
scene
take.
of the trailer where they're on this like frozen lake or whatever, and she hops off of whatever, and she has this like black core, viridian green outer glow type blade. You know, um, that really stood out to me. So I'm like, so they're also playing around with like exotic color combinations for lightsaber blades that we heard talked about in some Legends novels, but not very often, right? So, you know, again, I'm curious to this whole thing has just got my interest peaked so much because it's not just one anime show, like it's a compilation of shows or episodes of or stories, short stories or whatever. So we're gonna see like however many of them there are. That's how many different takes of Star Wars we're gonna get to see, and I'm like, man, this is like freaking Christmas, you know?
Well, and it's totally true, right? Because now we've got Visions coming out in September. We've got Book of Boba Fett in December.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
We've got we're supposed to get Andor and Obi-Wan
Next year.
and next year, and I think season 3 of Mandalorian next year as well at some point.
Season 3 of Mando should be like end of 2022. It should be, but I don't know what their filming schedule has looked like or any of that yet.
They officially announced that they started filming of season 3.
Okay, cool. Great. That's fantastic.
So that is underway now. And so hopefully like we get some, and I mean, we're supposed to get season 2 of Bad Batch next year. Not that, I mean, for
Man,
those
I don't know when the Ahsoka show's coming out, but give it to me.
Right?
Please. Oh my god. Oh well, Obi-Wan too. Obi-Wan's coming next year. I'm like that honestly is probably the pinnacle. Like I can't wait to see it above all else.
Yes.
Is the Obi-Wan show. I guess I really haven't mentioned it much because to me it's just like a given. Like if that's not your number one, then get out. like
right. Now we were talking a while ago and I hadn't actually sat down and watched it, but did you watch like from start to finish the actors on actors with Pedro Pascal and Ewan McGregor?
I haven't.
You should sit down and watch that from start to finish. It is a phenomenal interview back and forth between the two of them.
Cool.
And like because Ewan McGregor was saying in that because he was on the prequels, and all that they had on set was clone troopers. When he was doing Obi-Wan, it was a very like surreal experience for him to. He's like, oh my god, that's a stormtrooper, not a clone trooper. That's a stormtrooper from my childhood, and I am on set with them. And he's just like,
that's cool.
Like you get to see his excitement for the show. Yes, Cole, actors on actors. There is the ones that I have actually watched is Ewan McGregor and Pedro Pascal, and then Chris Evans and Paul Rudd. And that one was hilarious too. So
I saw that. The clip I saw, I think, was like 12 minutes though. Is there a longer one out there?
For which one?
For Ewan and Pedro?
Oh yeah, there's like a half hour. It's like at least a half hour. It's on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, I found it super interesting, the one that I saw, but I'm starting to think I didn't see the whole thing. But can you imagine making prequels and then walking into the volume where you can actually see the walls and like you can see the set? That's got to be mind-blowing for Ewan McGregor to be like, wait, where's the blue? Like,
and that's one of the things that he said, because he was talking about doing episode 1 when they were still using Yoda as a puppet. And so he actually had Yoda walking beside him down the hallway in the Jedi Temple to interact with, to say his lines. Where when they did episodes 2 and 3, it was just basically somebody holding a stick, and they inserted Yoda CGI afterwards, so he didn't really have anybody to play off of. And he said that, you know, going from green screen where you don't really have a whole lot of set to what they've got now, where you walk into the soundstage and you've got this whole interactive set that moves and is just phenomenal looking. He's like, it's a totally different experience than he's used to. So
Speaking of, sorry, Jeff.
I mean, even like the studio head, when Favreau and Filoni first started using this for Mandalorian, they had one of the studio execs come down and say, I thought you weren't building sets. And they're like, we didn't. And they shut it off. And he's like, oh, holy crap.
Yes.
So I mean, like it's got to be pretty impressive. So what was that, Max? Sorry.
So we're talking about Kenobi because something actually just came out in terms of Kenobi this week. I actually saw Star Wars Theory posted a video on it, like I think today or yesterday. But there's some concept art that leaked from Kenobi talking about what Anakin or Vader's going to look like. And basically, he looks exactly how we saw him in Rogue One when we saw Vader in that tube, like getting, I don't know what they would, I assume it was like some sort of like therapy session for him, kind of like the meditation chambers in Empire Strikes Back. But basically, they showed him from the front because we didn't really get to see much of Vader in Rogue One. We only got like concept art and just a general idea of what it looked like. But apparently in Kenobi, we're actually going to see him like from the front, and apparently his likeness is basically Hayden. It's pretty much Hayden's likeness, but like with the scars that he got from Mustafar. So it's like they're doing like a hybrid between like Episode 3, Rogue One, and a little bit of, I guess, Star Wars Theory's interpretation, because it seems they're drawing a lot of it. But again, he probably drew inspiration from them first before he did his. So, but it's really exciting.
Video yet, but I was curious if he was going to be like, they're copying my fan film. Like,
I'm actually surprised he never brought that up because like it looks eerily similar to the fan. He's got like the tubes in like the mouth. Like he's got like, but then again, you can make the argument that everyone's just inspired by the Rogue One concept art, and they're just using that and just bringing it over to Kenobi for Hayden.
Well,
so
and I mean, when we see Darth Vader in that tank, it's almost reminiscent with the tubes and stuff of Luke in the Bacta tank in Empire Strikes Back. So I think that's where all of that stems from, is back to the original trilogy with Empire.
If Kenobi turns into like a Forrest Gump where nothing happens with Kenobi, he's just like telling past stories and the entire show is just flashbacks.
I don't want that.
I would be fine with it. Like anything from the Clone Wars, anything going back to like Revenge of the Sith, like I want to see him in that red with the white armor on in Clone Wars. Like I want to see General Kenobi. Like
that would be
I would
great.
love any of that stuff. I you know, obviously I hope there's some more story, but you also think he's a hermit. Maybe he had one visitor and he talked to and he told him his life story, and that's like all 8 episodes. So hopefully it doesn't turn into that. But even if it was, I'm still so excited. I can't wait.
And I mean that's kind of like if anybody other than myself is old enough to remember the Young Guns movies with Emilio Estevez, with the most of the blank stares in the room, I'm gonna say that I'm besides Elvis, I'm by myself on this one. It's kind of like that, where the first movie was like them, and then the second movie was him sitting down and retelling some of his story to a reporter, right? And that's what, and I mean, if they
Interview with a Vampire, the whole movie is just an interview.
And if they did something like that with Kenobi. It might be an interesting take on it, but I don't think they're going to go that route.
It's been done. I hope it's not like that, but I do want flashbacks though.
Oh, I think we're definitely going to get flashbacks.
Yeah.
But I think, because I mean, we know 100% that we are getting Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. So we are getting a young Luke Skywalker at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
Do you think we'll have?
How
Do you
old
think
he
there'll be
is
any
is
young
another
Obi-Wan
story,
with what's her name from Mandalore? I forgot.
Satine?
Oh,
Satine?
Duchess Satine.
Yeah,
Duchess Satine. Well, not Duchess back then, right? But, yeah. Do you think they're gonna give Obi-Wan the full arc, like go back to a love life that he wasn't able to?
I think it would be cool because.
What about Maul, dude? Like, I mean, he had some fights with Maul and stuff in between all that
Dude,
time too. I mean,
if they
this
did
is
the Rebel
problem.
scene live action, oh my god,
dude. This
Old
okay.
wounds.
Here's the big problem. Here's the biggest problem. There's so much content, and this is only supposed to be what 7 or 8 episodes or something, or 6, and they're all like
6,
an hour
I
and a
think,
half
yeah.
long or something.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are they gonna do with that? And then are we gonna get a second season of this? Is this gonna, or is this just
I
a
don't think
pilot
so.
program to see how it does? Like,
Dude,
you know,
I don't think they're gonna take something like Obi-Wan with Ewan McGregor and make it a pilot program. I think they're
I mean, right.
hoping to do multiple seasons of this.
That
I mean, if
right,
they're
but what
gonna-
I'm saying is, but they still have to see by the numbers, right? It's always
Right.
they got the suits. It's always about the numbers. So, like, I agree with you and what you're saying. Like, yeah, it's not a pilot. This is Ewan freaking McGregor. This is freaking Obi-Wan, right? Like, it's like get your stuff straight, kid. Right? It's like it's like, but like, yeah, but there's so much. You know what Elvis was saying with the flashbacks with Hayden and seeing Hayden. If I want to see a flashback where it's Obi-Wan and Hayden in that Clone Wars armor, and I don't care what mission they're on that they choose to show in live action. I just want to see that so I can fangirl out, and then I want to see, But that's the thing is like, what are they gonna pull from? Because there's so freaking much, dude. And I'm like, I'll take any of it. Give me any of it. I'll be happy.
Well, and I mean, honestly, Disney would probably be making a huge mistake if, no offense, they gave something like the Bad Batch a second season, they don't automatically say,
I think,
"Hey, we're doing season 2 of Obi-Wan," right? Like that should be one.
I
of
don't
those
think they
givens.
will. I think they have so much respect for it that it'll be one and done, and they won't touch it again.
Well, then it better be like it better be the sauce, man. Because like, if you're not gonna give me multiple seasons, this better be Filoni, Favreau, George Lucas, triple threat, like best it's ever been. Like you can't just give us one season and walk away unless it is like, I mean, it just has to be a 12 out of 10, man. It has to be.
I think it's going to be like 6-hour-long episodes or like 2-hour-long episodes. All I know is Deborah Chow, who was worked on Mando, is the lead director on Obi-Wan. So,
oh hell yeah!
I feel like
right.
I forget what episode she directed, but she directed a lot of the good episodes in season 1.
She did 2 of them, didn't she?
I think so. I don't remember which ones, but they were really good episodes. So
yeah.
I have a lot of trust in her and a lot of faith that the Obi-Wan series is going to be good.
Oh man.
Well,
yeah.
Hopefully, she was known as the action director, wasn't she?
I can't remember. I remember hearing her name and getting a lot of praise, though.
Yeah. Oh, she did a lot of good stuff with them, though.
And then of course you got Favreau and Filoni in the background, and everything they've done with Mando. I mean, it's when I look at what those guys are doing with Star Wars, I'm so thankful, man, because and all the talented, all the directors that helped direct all the episodes of Mando, like that whole section of like Disney Lucasfilm, like they just need to turn the keys over to that whole group and for everything. Like they did so good.
I just looked it up, and she did Chapter 3, The Sin, and Chapter 7, The Reckoning. I believe The Reckoning was the episode that Moff Gideon first appeared in. I think.
Okay, yeah.
It may have been because he was in the final 2 episodes of the first season. I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Final 2.
Because the very final episode is when we saw him with the darksaber.
Yeah.
So the first one was when is that when the bounty hunter droid was like riding in on the speeder bike and all that? Or was it the second one? I don't remember. Finale.
Yeah. So the first part was they had a plan to bring Grogu to the Empire, the client, and then that's when Moff Gideon shows up and is like, "Oh, you got the client?" And they're like, "Yeah, we got it." And then that's when he comes in and is like, "So this kid is actually way more important than you guys realize."
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You have something that I want. I love Giancarlo, man. That dude is a G. He's so awesome.
He does a great.
I was just watching him.
Everything he does is phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm totally. I'm a big gamer, and Far Cry 6 is coming out, and bro, I'm all on top of that because he's the main villain.
I finally finished watching The Boys season 2.
Oh,
I still haven't watched The Boys.
Oh man, so good. Yeah, I forgot he's in that.
He is in the second season of that, and just like a super cool bad guy.
He's standing up to Homelander like Homelander ain't squat, and Homelander could totally like laser him in half in 2 seconds, and he's like, he just is a total G, man. He doesn't care.
And I mean, I think that goes back to his Breaking Bad days. When
it did. I got a little bit of that.
Gus, when he was Gus Fring.
Gustavo.
Did you ever see? You guys saw the whole show, most of you?
I still need to watch Breaking Bad, but I do know what happens to his character in it. And all I'm going to say
most of it. Yeah,
it's like sweet revenge. It's so good what happens to his character.
Oh,
it's one of those,
yeah.
He does horrible things in the show, but what he gets what's coming to him at the end.
Well, and I mean that was like live action version of Invincible Violence is what that was.
Pretty much. It's like, hey, we got 3 Two-Faces.
Right?
Not just Tommy Lee Jones and Aaron Eckhart. We got freaking I can't pronounce his name.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Giancarlo. Thank you.
Giancarlo Esposito, yeah.
Giancarlo. I'm sorry. I'm horrible with names. I'm so sorry.
It's all good, Max. It's all good.
But yeah, watching him and when I saw that he was in Mando, I lost my mind. And then of course season 2, you know, and Mando finally gets to Grogu, and he opens the door, and there's standing Gideon with the darksaber over Grogu's head, and just the way he talks and his calmness, his mannerisms, he's so menacing and exact.
Like when he says, "Yeah, deal, we'll make the trade," and acts like he made that believable. And in my mind, I'm like, "Don't trust him!" I'm screaming at the TV.
Oh, and then he starts going ham on it, dude. I'm like, "This is great." Like
he broke props. Like they almost ran out of props. He was going so
he
ham.
broke like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah,
that's what I love about his. You know, I've seen him in interviews and stuff, and he talks about his dedication to his craft, and you know, that's one thing I like about actors when they don't get lazy with it. Like they really get into it, and he was like, yeah, this was extremely physical. Like I wanted to really give it everything I had. I mean, and he did. He went through a few props, and you can tell on set. I mean, he is literally like over, two-handed over the head, like trying to kill this man. Like it's like it was great, man.
Wow. I mean, his character all around was great because he was such a badass, scared of nothing villain. And then when you see him like cowering on the floor and going, when he realizes who's on the ship and nobody else knows who it is, and he's just like, I just screwed up big time. This is not going to go well for me. And that's the first time through all of the episodes that you saw Moff Gideon in that he was actually, you could actually see that he had fear in his eyes.
Yeah, because and there was a lot of talk about that scene too, and how genuine his, fear was because he had seen what Jedi could do and all this stuff, and none of the other characters knew, but he did. He had seen kind of what went down with Darth Vader and Jedi and what they can do. So and everyone else is like, well, what the hell's going on? But he's like literally filling up his britches. He's like, he's like, oh god, I'm done. I'm done.
Well, and I mean, the thing that surprised me about that is, you kind of had Bo-Katan, who was like, what? Who is that? What's going on? She had no clue. Yet she was in the Clone Wars. She was side by
Yeah,
side.
that's a
with
big
Ahsoka.
retcon. That's a huge retcon. The whole thing
Right?
with Bo-Katan and the Darksaber, like with her not, like it basically retconned the whole scene with Sabine Wren handing her the Darksaber and all that stuff. So I still have yet to see.
and her knowing what Jedi can do.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's like, I really wonder what they're going to do with that. I don't think it's like a super huge deal, but it was a very obvious retcon that I'm hoping we'll get some kind of resolution to that in the future. But I don't have a super big problem with it.
Think about this for a second, though. The last Jedi she interacted with was Ahsoka, right? Back in
True.
Darth Maul, Mandalore ruling days, right?
Right.
So how long went by between Order 66 and that time? Like, has she been in contact with Ahsoka? I know that Pedro says Ahsoka Tano, Bo-Katan sent me, but like, are they still chatting every other week, or have they not seen each other in 30 years?
30-something years.
And so she hasn't seen a Jedi in 30 years, so she doesn't know who Luke is. So I mean, you can kind of justify it. At least I am.
Well, and I mean, Zero brought up a good point too, right? Because Cara Dune would have at least heard about Luke being part of the rebellion, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So,
well, they're talking about writing her character out anyway. So,
well, they already have wrote her character.
I'm not personally a fan of that, but I'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, there's. I mean, that gets into some territory that's
we don't need to go
very, very, very opinionated, and I mean, some people agree with it,
Nope,
some
we'll leave
people
it.
don't. So, but
there was a couple of retcons, but they weren't so drastic that it's like world crushing, and I'm curious to see how it evolves. Little stuff like that I can let slide.
And I mean to follow up on Elvis's point about, has Bo-Katan kept in contact with a Jedi? She would have had a fair amount of experience with them, even if she hasn't seen one in 30 years, right? Because Satine was her sister. So
Satine?
Satine. Right. Yeah, that one. Satine. No, not Satine Sean. Satine.
Duchess Satine.
Duchess Satine. But Bo-Katan was her sister, so she would have known Obi-Wan. She would have known
Obi-Wan's girl.
Probably a good portion of the Jedi Order due to that. So, I mean,
and she
Maybe.
thought
Obi-Wan didn't know that they were sisters until he died.
Until later.
But Bo-Katan also, kind of saw Maul and Pre Vizsla fight, so she's seen Force users through Maul too.
Yeah.
So I mean, she knows what they can do, and everybody's heard of Darth Vader. I mean, everybody that
they call them sorcerers. The Mandos refer to them as sorcerers, and that's pretty consistent with Bo-Katan. So again, you're right. Yeah, like it's not like she, Luke shows up and starts doing Jedi stuff. Like she wouldn't understand what's happening.
Right.
It's another sorcerer.
Well, she would have every clue of what's going on.
You start seeing, dubstep robots getting sliced in half with green blades, and whoop, whoop, whoop,
I
whoop.
just rewatched that
So
episode,
sick.
and yes, the music,
It's great. I liked it.
really
I liked
is.
it's
I
actually
didn't even
hilarious.
catch it the first time.
Yeah,
Like
I didn't
after
either.
watching it a second time, I was like, "Wow, this music is actually really on point."
Yeah, it was a cool way to do it.
And that's the thing about Filoni and Favreau is they're so good at those subtle little things that you don't necessarily catch until you go back and rewatch stuff.
Yo, real talk. When Mando was getting his face punched in by that Dark Trooper, but the Dark Trooper just kept punching his helmet, and it was like smashing the helmet into the pipes. Like he just kept. And I'm like, when that was happening, I'm laughing. I'm like, dude, do something! Oh my god,
Right?
That helmet ain't gonna last forever, bro. You better do something.
Hey guys, I'm probably gonna head off here. I've got stuff I gotta do in the morning, so
I gotta head off soon too. It's been a long week for me.
Yep, no worries.
really
yeah,
been able to come
probably
in,
call it
catch up
too.
with you
Well,
guys. So
Well,
Nice to
thank
meet
you,
you guys.
and we look forward to seeing both of you on the. Oh, so before you go, when we had Fours on earlier, his birthday is on the 1st. Mine is on the 7th. Our next stream is on the 4th. So we're having a birthday extravaganza.
birthday bash.
Oh, awesome!
Nice.
Nice.
So yeah. So we're gonna do the usual suspects birthday extravaganza.
Nice.
Maybe
man.
we'll
I should
do a
definitely
double
be there
live
for that
stream.
one.
We'll do Friday and Saturday. No, I can't
No.
do that. My wife will kill
No.
me.
I got school on Fridays, so
So,
Cool,
no,
man.
Max, Aaron, as always, it's been a pleasure, boys.
Absolutely.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Y'all
guys.
take it easy.
See you next time.
Hey guys,
see you
nice
later, you
meeting
guys.
Cole says later, guys, and they're gone.
Yeah, they're done.
And Link
Looks
is
like
gone.
we lost Link too.
Apparently, Link just snuck out the back door
It's like, yeah,
while we were watching Aaron and
I'm gonna catch the same taxi.
and yeah, we were watching Aaron and Max go out the front door. Link's like, "See ya," and just stepped out the back.
I see what Max is saying though. See, he wrote like a little comment like that. Like the combat aspect is back, like for the saber, for the dark saber, so that like, Maul, yeah, he won it in combat, but then Sabine just like found it in Maul's like lair, right? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
like,
Well, she found it in where the Night Sister ghosts were.
right.
Right.
And
So
it's like,
The whole win in combat thing, I did kind of go, come on. Like,
yeah,
Well,
even like Mando's like, I yield here.
and so this is the thing. Like when you look at that aspect of the season finale for season 2, we're
I bet
kind
they
of
glaze
left,
right over it.
we're kind of left with an ultimatum, right?
Yeah.
Because Mando is like, here, you can have it. I don't want it. And she's like, no, I can't just take it. I have to beat you in combat in order to win it. So it's kind of left us with an ultimatum of we're either going to see the death of Mando at some point in season 3 for the Battle of the Darksaber, or we're going to lose Bo-Katan, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. What do you do? Do you just, to basically put it bluntly and use possibly a non PG-13 word, do you make Mando her bitch and just let her beat him in a fight? Because then nobody's going to have any respect for him, right? So,
Well, and of the two of them, I think he's a little more committed to his religion. I mean, he's never taken the helmet off.
Yeah. Okay.
And
well, and he hadn't up until
Well,
the
yeah,
Imperial
yeah,
facility, right?
yeah.
Which is,
But
the
I'm saying
first
his
time-
whole life, he's been following this belief, and then they say there's this thing with the Darksaber, this rule, and he's like, no, screw that, screw your beliefs here.
Right?
Yeah, he's like,
when he's had like really hardcore beliefs.
I'm already breaking them. Yeah, here.
Well, and you know, this is a good point from Zero, or Mando rules Mandalore.
They marry.
Right? Which, oh yeah, Chris says, or they marry.
Yeah.
That would be a cool scenario, but like if Mando rule, that's one thing that we haven't seen in live action that I thought we would get from a series about a Mandalorian, was to see Mandalorian live action.
Yeah, we gotta see
in
it.
some form, and we haven't yet. And I think we need to.
What's the status of Mandalore at this time?
Should be.
Well, I mean, it's post Maul rule, so I mean, it's kind of it's probably like every other planet that was under Imperial control. It's a complete total disaster. But what better?
But I
way...
thought there were only a few Mandalorians left. That's why they were hidden. And they're.
Did you see the appearance of Mandalore in Rebels, Elvis?
I don't think I'm there yet. I'm in the.
Yeah, so
I have one season left.
Anything, but you'll see it, and I think it's going to be more like that. So they even, I don't know if they touched on it in the show in Mando, but I feel like they did. Like, you know, they were talking about how it was bombarded because they were like, you know, it was like all crystal or something, because they would like this, you know, it was sand, and then they were destroying it, and yeah, it turned into glass, exactly, Chris said. So glass is more like it, and so it's all like ruined like that. But they kind of touch on it in Rebels, and there's a reason in Rebels as to why they visited and all that. But if they, you know, bring back a lot of that, and I think they will, it's where they're probably headed.
Well, and I mean, with the fact that you've got Bo-Katan, who is a major family on Mandalore, and you've got
major clan.
You've got she's part of a major clan, and then you've got Mando, who has the Darksaber, and whoever owns the Darksaber or holds the Darksaber is the ruler of Mandalore. I think it would be cool for the two of them to come together and actually rebuild Mandalore to the height of its of status, and just have a great
the holding of the Darksaber. Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see that, but I'm a little fuzzy on the Darksaber ownership and makes you the ruler of Mandalore, because that was their government for like a day. You know, because Death Watch had the Darksaber. What's his face?
V. Krizla, or
Vizsla.
Kree Vizsla, that's what it was.
Yeah, so Vizsla had the Darksaber, and he was not the ruler of Mandalore. He was part of Death Watch.
Yeah.
And when Maul took over, he made the old ruler of Mandalore the new ruler again, right? No, the old like chief of staff type position.
Governor. Yeah, one of the governors, I think.
So at which point did anyone rule Mandalore because they had the Darksaber?
Well, I think that was, the Darksaber ruler hierarchy was like it was going back generations.
Okay.
Right. I think that's where that story comes from. I may be wrong. Chris is probably the one to know for sure, because he seems to have like every little fact in his head. So, have either of you guys seen the "no one can match my skill and my power" guy from social media? The guy dressed up as a Mandalorian with the lightsaber.
I'm not sure. No, I don't think.
Okay. All right.
I've seen Mandalorians with lightsabers, but I couldn't say specifically if we're talking about the same thing.
So we're talking about this guy up here in the corner, and I don't know if it'll play with sound.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like,
I like how he's got the Rex paint on his Mandalorian helmet.
right? Could you hear the audio on that?
Yeah, he goes,
Okay.
ah! Yeah.
I love the fact that he just realizes, oh crap, I caught it by the blade, which is not good, and just screams like a little girl. I could watch that clip all day long. And like, there's some good stuff out there. Like in terms of Star Wars on social media. Mike, I know you and I were talking about Star Wars Theory and his, and I don't know if you've seen this, Elvis, is the star ceiling that he's built inside of his house.
Yeah, I watched it when he posted it yesterday.
Right? I'm like, that is so dope. We haven't developed our basement, and I want to do like a Star Wars theme in our basement.
I commented, and I was like, dude, that's so dope. But what I wanted to comment was, dude, why didn't you just buy a galaxy lamp and call it a day? Like,
yeah, they advertise those a lot.
Like, you could have saved yourself like 20 grand, dude.
Yeah, but it's so cool and unique. That's the thing.
It does look
right?
really cool.
Like, I mean, we haven't developed a basement in our house. I want to develop the basement in our house, and I want to do like the Death Star hallway leading up to my theater room, and then just do like a Star Wars inspired theater room. But do those that 3D print that you did for the lightsaber stand.
Yeah.
Right. I want to have those lit panels on the wall in my basement leading up to the theater room. I want to have the automatic door where you push the button.
It'd be really cool if you had the two-way square door, you know, how they...
I would love to do that. I don't think that with the basement of my house, I would have the room to feasibly pull that off, but it would be so cool to do something like that.
Well, what you could do, I mean, so if you could have a door that opened that way, the hide door, you would just need them cut as a diamond and go past each other. So as it opened, it would make the diamond pattern when it... Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That's genius.
Yeah, because it wouldn't actually need to be 4 sets of doors going in different directions. It just needs to be a square that passes across each other.
It needs to be 2 doors with angle cut panels.
Yep.
So that when you push the button, they slide open and those panels slide apart. And the back side has to be the opposite angle from the front side to give you that square effect.
Exactly. That would be really cool.
Oh, dude, I'm so doing that now. When we get our basement developed, I gotta remember this conversation. Thank God. Thankfully, we're recording this and it's going up on YouTube for all of eternity. So,
yeah, awesome.
So
that's the worst thing about live streams, though, because I always like, oh, what was that one movie that one guy suggested, and then I'm stuck for 13 hours. Like, I think it was this one. I think it was in the first hour. Yeah, it's so hard to get through all that content again. I'd much rather do live streams live than watch them later. It's just so much more entertaining that way.
Right.
But I'm gonna have to go back and watch Rei because I missed all that, and I'm sure that was good.
Oh, she was so awesome to talk to. And it's funny because it's not even the first time that we've sat down and talked to her.
Yeah, we did a little Instagram thing. Yeah.
We tried to actually do like a pre-screen interview with her on Wednesday night with a couple of the guys, and she got stuck in studio doing some voiceover work and wasn't able to make it. So,
what does she do? She's a voice actor.
She is like an actor. She's a singer. She's a cosplayer. Have you seen the fan film Doom? Based on
I have
Rebels?
not seen the fan film. No.
Okay. It's based on Rebels. It's on YouTube. If you go look it up, she plays Hera Syndulla in that.
Okay.
And then
I saw a photo of her cosplay. That looked amazing.
If you watch the Rebels app, you were saying with the cross guard, and then you saw that whole arc, sort of, you'll understand Doom then, because it comes right after that. It won't spoil anything. Yeah, you're good. And then Fulcrum also.
And then watch Fulcrum, which is based on that's her interpretation of Ahsoka Tano in between kind of the Clone Wars and Rebels. And it was her own project that she wrote and produced and did all that stuff. And she got stuck in studio doing voiceover work for like television, like commercials for different companies' websites. So she does do paying gigs, and I mean, she's got like professional photographers that do her her photos and stuff. And then of course she's got her music as well, and she's got some phenomenal music. So cool. She's actually pretty well known.
I'll go back and watch that. Awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun because she's just like, I mean, there's always been this kind of stigma with females and Star Wars fandom, and like a lot of the females in the community don't feel like they're going to be accepted because they're girls and there's not a lot of them in the community. So to bring somebody on who is a very prominent female in the Star Wars community was hopefully very inspirational to a lot of other girls that have that opinion where they're not going to be widely accepted, because there are other girls in this community that we all know and we all talk to. Either when we're on somebody's watching somebody's live video or just, shooting comments back and forth on somebody's post, right? Like Izzy. Everybody knows Izzy, right? Izzy Louise, Kashyyyk Customs.
And Victoria and iCarly and Mariah Carly and
Carly King and Victoria from the Dork Side, and I mean we need more, and it's great to see more females, strong females like that emerging in the community, because we need more of that, right?
I would suggest that all the females in the community are stronger than their male counterparts. Like, like look at how devoted they are to the cosplays and things like that. Like way more than any of us jokers just talking about lightsabers on a live stream. Like they're actually out doing stuff with it.
Right. Well, and I mean that's
the thing, first guys. I mean those guys know what's up. They are definitely dedicated, especially the I don't know what the tiers are in 501st, but there's like the B class and the elite class. So yeah, those elite class 501st guys, man, it's crazy.
They do a lot of posts.
Well, and I mean you've got like Rex and Around and who does, him and Greg do like massive Clone Trooper cosplay too. So and you get Cody. Is it Cody that's cloned to Snug?
Blake, I think.
Blake, that's what it is. And so I mean, like, there's guys out there definitely doing the Star Wars cosplay bit, but they don't get nearly as much attention as the females do. And when we're talking about something like this, where people are sitting down and just hanging out and talking about Star Wars or interviewing a guest or whatever, there's not generally a lot of females involved, and we need to have that kind of shift in the community where we're giving more of the male cosplayers recognition, because they're just as dedicated as some of the females are, and we need to involve more of the women in the community in the live stream aspect of it,
Mm-hmm.
because it is nice to have that sometimes more
Bluetooth mode.
less aggressive opinion,
Be cool.
right? So
Yeah, it felt really. Now that you mention, it felt really weird when Carly was on. Oh, I forget whose stream it was, but it was like 2 weeks ago, and I was just like, "Oh, there's a girl on here. That's different." It was awesome.
yeah, and that was the nice thing about having Ray on earlier was okay, this is different. Like, I mean, because the Usual Suspects and the Usual Suspects halftime show, we do have that PG-13 motto. It's not like we're afraid of somebody saying something inappropriate in front of a female. It's just like, okay, this is different, but it's a good different having a girl in the room, because there's.
Are we going cosplay?
Nah, I just figured I'd join in. All right. Wait, hold on.
He puts his data helmet on. Oh my god. I don't even know.
I'm gonna take the rest of the live stream like this. I hope that's all right, because I think it makes me feel badass.
It's all good.
Hey,
my masks are downstairs.
Oh, so now you're Boba Fett. I was going to say, Chris, I am your father. It doesn't really fit over my headphones.
Yeah, I watched that unboxing video and I was like, "Oh, he must be so disappointed that it didn't fit." Like,
trying to get that right, the fat head problems. Yeah, I was very.
I thought that was really funny that you wrote that on there too. I printed this at 115% of its normal size, and it just barely is like covering my beard.
Well, so have you seen any of the Marvel Legends stuff?
Yes.
The Marvel
Legends helmets, Elvis.
Yeah, it's like Black Series for Marvel.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Okay, yeah.
They have the Iron Man helmet, the Black Panther, the Ant-Man, and Star-Lord. Okay, so
Yeah.
I have all of those. Every single one of those fits my fat head.
Oh, really?
I actually answered the door for the pizza guy one night wearing my Iron Man helmet. My wife dared me to do it, and I did it. So,
And when he opened the door, he said, "Yep, this is the right place."
But every single one of those, I can get on my head. So
Even the Star-Lord, that's surprising. I heard that those can get pretty taunt.
Even the Star-Lord, and so then to get the Darth Vader one, and it didn't fit, and I'm just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. I was so excited to try that on, and then it doesn't fit. What the hell? But I think it has a lot to do with. I think it had a lot to do with my beard. I think if my beard wasn't in the way, it would probably fit.
You're gonna have to shave it up. No, I'm just kidding.
I am not shaving my beard off.
I'm joking.
I've lost some neck girth over the last couple of months, and the Vader helmet just about gets around my neck now.
Yeah,
I won't.
And
put
I mean
it on.
that's the thing. That collar for that Vader helmet is tight.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like no doubt tight. I was programming board I was kind of busy today. I'm like really busy.
Was it? No, it was Jeremy that told. Did you know about the Vader helmet when you take it apart and you push the button while it's apart?
Yeah, it makes all sorts of. It makes the air noises and the raspy breathing.
Yeah, like when Vader has his helmet taken off at the end of Jedi.
That one.
So yeah, so normally with it all assembled, you get that, right? But if you take it apart, you get you get the unlocking noise.
The wheezing, yeah.
Right? Like this helmet is
It's all Obi-Wan's fault.
Yeah, it's because of Obi-Wan.
You know, you remember the old kid helmets that they used to have the voice changer in the box?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like had the little Velcro thing around your chest.
Yeah, why didn't they incorporate that into that helmet like they did the Stormtroopers? Like, that's the only thing I think it was kind of like. I mean, the X-wing helmet I thought was really cool, and I really liked the design of it, and I really liked the fact that it's. I had no idea when you hit the button, like you have LEDs up in the top, and it redoes the whole Battle of Yavin, and then the other one does the Battle of Hoth. I was like blown away. I was like, "That's cool." I wasn't expecting that, and then you get the Boba Fett helmet, and it does nothing except the visor. The thing you can't even see that thing. It's like off to the side.
Yeah,
I was like, it's a really cool idea, but not really functional in the real world. But in the Star Wars world, it works great.
Well,
and the Mandalorian makes like an air noise when you take it off. I'm like, okay, that's cool, and it has the light on the side. I'm like,
and it has a light on the side. And then you get the Wedge Antilles helmet, which is basically a redo of the Luke helmet.
Yeah.
And the Poe Dameron helmet. Those ones all do the battle stuff.
Yeah, I dig that.
Right, and it's basically just the Boba Fett and the Mandalorian that don't really do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, kind of lameish. I dig it though. I like the way they look.
Yeah, when the Mandalorian Black Series came out, I was like, who cares about the flashlight? Like that's silly,
right?
What do you got? What do you got?
So this is
what do you got behind it?
This is a 7 chambers Star Killer that I'm working on. I modified our crystal chamber to fit in it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. This one was kind of interesting. I did this copper. Actually, it's brass mesh up and top.
I noticed that
wraps around, and then we've got copper rods that I hand laid. Then I hand laid the top piece and hand laid the bottom piece, and it's locked in with set screws in the back. And I did. This is kind of neat too. Instead of having, a lot of people will put that whole piece as copper, but if you look at it, it's kind of like a dirty. So that's electroplated copper.
Nice.
But it made the look weathered.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't want it to be smooth. It's just a saltwater etch, and then beat the god out of it with 12 volts and let it suck in as much as you can. And so this is for a customer. It's kind of a neat project. It's been an ongoing battle with me, just getting this chamber in to make it look. I think it came out pretty good. And that's a smoky quartz, and I'm really digging the way it looks.
That is interesting.
Yeah, it lights up pretty good just on its own, and now it's got the pixel PCB mounted. So I'm curious to see how it's going to really look. But I wanted something Sithy because I'm building. Well, I've got the Sith Lord chassis. For a customer, This is the Romans. No, this is not. That's an 89 Sabers. Yeah, I know my stuff. That's a Roman. So this is an 89 Sabers that I'm doing for a customer with the removable Sith Lord chassis.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
And I got a bunch of the Shane Craig blade holders, which is a little bit of a project. They're kind of fun.
Did you have anything behind that brass mesh?
What was that?
Did you have anything behind that brass mesh on the SK?
No,
to like hide wires, or is it just shadowed enough that you don't see it?
No, you see, what's really neat with our chamber, these tubes are
hollow?
Yeah, the hollow, and it's copper. So I run my wires straight up.
Cool.
And then the wires for the in the back that run the switches, I have in a nice little sheath here, but they kind of tuck nicely underneath everything. You don't really see it. And then what I'm going to do is, as I finish it, I'll have a faux red wire that'll come around that'll kind of curl, and I'm going to stick it in over here on the side. And then I heat treated the God, like I'm not even kidding. I heat treated the God out of the emitter, and I really, really like the coloring on it.
Yeah, that turned out good.
And I was doing some wax molds. Did you some reverse wax, where you cast wax, and you put it in the kiln and you evaporate the wax out of it, and then you pour your molten metal in. And I sliced my finger pretty good. This is how my day started. Just, let's cut your finger off.
Oh man!
Like one of those things. It's like, who's that? And I'm like, blood's going everywhere. I'm like, oh, this is great.
Guys,
and I'm not like your typical. I don't go. I've never had stitches before in my life, and I've had things severed pretty good. And from years of being a mechanic,
guys, I'm gonna head out.
Mike's got to head out.
One kid got up, so I gotta go kind of help with that. But
nice hanging out with you, man.
Nice talking to you, Mike. It's been good.
Hanging out with you. What's up?
I said I miss you. I'll talk
I know,
to you.
I miss you too, man. We gotta talk. We gotta talk some more. I've been real busy and it's crazy. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'll catch you guys later.
Later, bud.
All right.
Have a good one, brother.
But that was luckily I have napkins and electrical tape.
Yes. That's like the mechanic's ultimate greatest trick, right? Is electrical tape.
I got it. It's good. My wife's like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "Nothing. Don't worry about it. You cut yourself again."
I took a chunk out of my hand on a heat shield one time.
Oh God,
and, yeah, and paper towel, or no, it wasn't even paper towel. It was toilet paper and electrical tape around my hand. And
I remember,
and that's how it stayed.
It was Volkswagen. I was working on oh God, it was a brand new Beetle, and it was the heater core of all things. And I stick my hand in, and I'm trying to feel for air, and I feel this heater core, and I've got my fingers going like this, and I don't think nothing of it. And I'm like, man, it's getting sticky in here. So I'm like, what the heck is that stickiness? I pull my fingers out. I've got razor marks up and down every finger. And I'm like, I'm blood's pouring out of me. I'm like, oh my God, I run to the bathroom and they have that that spray that stops, it starts clotting real fast.
Yeah, the coagulation spray.
I'm holding my fingers like this and I'm stop bleeding, what happened? I'm like, razor sharp. I mean, it didn't even know I didn't feel it.
Right.
And it just blood was trickling out.
What happened? Nothing. Don't worry about it. But hey, would you see if my finger's over there somewhere?
Right.
The worst was, on the main shaft on a let's see, I worked for Volkswagen from like 97 until 2005. And on the main shaft, on like the ITA transmissions, if you got to press 3 and 4 gears onto the main shaft. And we had this old rickety press. Number one dealership in the United States, like 36 years, and we had this old rickety press. And I'm pumping it with my foot, and I'm holding the gears, and all of a sudden, it just slams. All of the gears compact with my hand sitting in the middle of it. And I couldn't even scream. Like, I was just like, and one of the guys seen me turning white, and he's like, pries my hands out of the gears. I didn't hurt nothing, but it was the shock of everything compacted. And it hurt like a son of a gun. But, you know, I didn't break anything or pinch anything. I didn't have any blood blisters or anything like that. But I was just like, he picked me, like literally carried me like a baby into the washroom and put my hands on the cold water. And I never forget that day. I was like, from that minute on, I never rebuilt the manual transmission. Ever. And anything that came under warranty, I was like, you know what? You see that gear? I took a chisel and a hammer. There goes, that main shaft is gone. It needs a training. I'm like, I'm not rebuilding them. You know what? I had a district rep telling me you can't do that. I said, yeah, watch me. Bang! It needs a gear. You know, transmission's gone. You know, that son of a bitch almost killed me. You know. So getting back to Star Wars.
Yes.
So we were talking about the season finale with Mando. That's what you guys were on. So I rudely interrupted. So my theory is that we're not going to see Grogu in this. Everybody's saying Grogu's coming back. I don't think Grogu's going to come back till the end. Only because, and if he does, it's going to be with Luke. Now, Boba said that Mandalore was turned to glass.
Right.
When he says to the princess, he says, why do you want to go back there? The Empire turned it to glass. Well, there's still more of us in the Resistance. Okay, so there's still more. Now, Death Watch, if you follow Mandalore lore, Death Watch with Pre Vizsla is really where Boba Fett came from. His father was part of the original, I guess if you want to call it, the original set where Mandalorian comes from. That whole belief of never taking the helmet off and passing the armor down. His father was part of that, which eventually became Death Watch.
Right.
They believed in the true power of Mandalore. And which goes back to, you know, Exar Kun uprising and the Battle of Mandalore before, you know, in the Old Republic before it turned into the New Republic, right? So my thoughts are going to be, and we'll see how it plays out, but my thoughts are going to be, they're going to go back to Mandalore. Boba.
That's what I'd like to see.
Boba's
It
going
would
to
be super interesting to see.
Yeah, because you figure on Boba's going to do his thing on the Book of Boba Fett, right? So we're not going to see him again. They've already used that ace in the hole, you know. So we can't keep throwing Boba Fett into the mix. We're not going. We know Maul is dead, so we ain't going to throw Maul into the mix. We're not going to throw Windu into it, but can we?
Oh, we could.
I'd like to see him in Book of Boba.
I would like to see him in Book of Boba.
When they did the Black Series Luke, when they first did not the new, you know, the newest one, but when they did the Black Series Luke, his cloak was different on the figure. And I said to Steve, Steve, we're going to see Luke in the new Mando. And he says, no, we're not. There's no way that they're going to bring Luke in it. I said, I'm telling you to bring a Luke in it. I said, because his cloak is different on the action figure. And he says, that's not a theory. I said, I'm telling you, they wouldn't change the cloak on it unless they're going to do something with him.
Right.
And he says, you're nuts.
What did they change? Was it the brown to black thing? Like,
yeah. So now what are we going to see? Well, they did a lot of Phantom Menace with Mace Windu. Maybe we might see Mace. Maybe we won't. Maybe we might see Mace with the Book of Boba Fett. maybe Boba will finally get his revenge or at least get redemption. Right? So that would be cool.
Yeah.
The World Between Worlds would be awesome if they get rid of Rey and Kylo. If they do away with that whole sequel stuff.
Don't you mean Raylo?
Whatever. Whatever. If they get rid of that whole storyline, it would be a blessing for all of us. Not because, we missed a huge opportunity, and that's the only thing that kills me, is that we fell in love with these characters. Luke, Han, Leia, Chewbacca, R2-D2, C-3PO. That's what Star Wars is, right? Yoda.
Yep. Yep.
And then we bring back, and you kind of throw a couple of the older characters in, and everybody's all happy. Yay. But they didn't do it justice because we didn't get to see all of them together in one scene. And now we can't because Carrie's gone.
Right.
And that's a sad day. As far as I'm concerned, we missed that opportunity. But we have it with her daughter. We can still bring it back CG, right? So I think we're going to bring back Mandalore. I honestly feel Mando is going to lead. He's got no choice. The Darksaber is his. Bo is not going to go up against him.
He seems the type to me, though, to be like, I'm no leader.
But Luke was never a leader either, was he? The whole idea of a good story is to have a protagonist who has nothing.
Yeah.
No. Well, and that's true. And what they may do with introducing Bo-Katan and Mando having the Darksaber is they may be perpetuating that old saying that says behind every great man is a great woman, and that's what they may be doing is having the two of them team up, and he is the face for the ruling of Mandalore, and she's actually making all the decisions behind the scenes.
Right. And then the other aspect is the two of them get married.
Right.
Which I could see that too.
Don't know if Disney would do that.
No, I don't think they
politically speaking.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I would like to see it, but I don't think so either.
Right.
It goes back to what I say the other night was Yoda and Yaddle made a Grogu. They could have. Yaddle was pretty powerful as a Jedi. We're not going to know what those species are. They're never going to tell us. It's never going to come up.
Right.
It'll stay a mystery because everybody wants to know.
Well, and I mean with Book of Boba Fett, I can't remember. Was it one or both of you that said they'd like to see Mace Windu in that?
We both did. I think all of us would like to see Mace back.
Oh,
but
I would love to see him, and I think if they're going to bring him back, it's not going to be in Mandalorian. It's not going to be in Ahsoka. It's going to be in Book of Boba Fett, just because of that long-standing relationship. Yeah, hatred between the two of them. Well, not necessarily the two of them, but from Boba to Mace for killing Jango, and I mean, Boba tried to kill him in Clone Wars, and
I was just going to bring that up. They dedicated a whole episode to Boba infiltrating
Mace.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be cool to have Sam Jackson coming in cuffs into Jabba's palace, going, "Motherfucker, shit, son of a bitch, ain't that a bitch?" And then Boba shoots him.
Right.
Nah, I wouldn't like that.
Indiana Jones, I'm right there. Bam.
I could see like this arc where like Mace is the antagonist of the show, and it's all leading up to getting to Mace and finishing the job. Even though Boba would be the bad guy, they would turn the tables where Mace is the bad guy and Boba's the anti-hero and he finally gets to kill him in the end or something.
Well, and I said this on a previous stream. I said, like, when you think about it and you look at the rationale behind Boba Fett and the things that he does and has done in the past, every bounty job that he took may have had a dual purpose. It was a job to get paid, but it was also to follow a lead on the whereabouts of Mace Windu. And that's what we may get with the Book of Boba, is him continuing that journey. And we get a little more in depth of this is why he was taking the bounties or picking the bounties that he picked, was to try and track down Mace and finally get revenge for the death of his father.
Or instead of him getting revenge, what if the two of them make amends?
Ooh, I didn't even think about that.
Hug it out. It's a feel good moment.
Yeah. Well, it's Disney. You can't have him hating everybody for the rest of his life.
Okay.
So you got to remember, Kathleen Kennedy's involved still. So
yeah, but you got to look at Disney's track record, dude.
Winnie the Pooh.
Name me a Disney, besides Winnie the Pooh. Name me an animated Disney movie where one or both of the parents of the main character survives the entire movie. You can't.
Mary Poppins.
Because
Mary Poppins.
Okay.
Mary Poppins, yo, come on. And Return to Mary Poppins.
But you look at Disney's track record with animated movies, and either one of the parents is dead, or one or both of the parents died in the beginning of the movie.
Lion King, Bambi, Cinderella. I was going through the list. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast.
I did too. That's how I came up with Mary Poppins.
Dead. Finding Nemo, the mom dies.
She gets eaten by a barracuda, so that's not really,
Wow.
Yeah, but Boba doesn't have a mom. He was hatched. He's the alpha.
So
the alpha too.
It says it. I've heard that voice 1,000 times. Mine will be the last you hear, princess.
But yeah, like, so for them to have Boba Fett kill Mace Windu, I don't think that's a stretch. So, I mean, it would be cool to see. It would be cool to see the flip side of the coin, where Boba forgives him, and maybe they team up and kick ass on the galaxy. Who knows? Right.
But what would kind of piss me off on that, if they did bring Mace back, this is the only thing that would aggravate me. You got Luke, right? A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back. He's in Dagobah, never finishes his training, goes back to Tatooine to build his lightsaber, and no Windu. Like, he doesn't sense anybody at this point, or is he so far down that he's not even Force sensitive anymore?
I think Jeff and I talked about this the other time I was on. Is that so? What if Mace turns to the dark side to survive the fall from Palpatine? So he uses that dark side energy so that he can survive, and he ends up leaving the Force altogether because the temptation was too great, and so he's just an old guy now. He's no longer a Jedi. Like, he's given up all of his Force ability because he's too scared that he'll turn himself into a danger.
Right.
That's a theory. But didn't they already do that with Luke in that whole Last Jedi debauchery?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of, but not to that degree, right? Like, Luke didn't go to the dark side.
Didn't he? Why was he wearing a red kyber crystal on his neck? We don't know what happened to Luke other than that. He had a red kyber.
It should have been the movie. It should have been him and Ben Solo turning to Kylo Ren. That was the series right there. That could have been good.
Well, and the Force Awakens was supposed to be about Finn, and we never got the Finn. I mean, Finn actually being a Force sensitive person.
I
if
mean,
you read the book, it talks about him.
If you want to get technical about what the sequels were actually supposed to be about, the sequels were actually supposed to be about Darth Maul.
That would have been cool too. But they killed Maul with Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Well, yes and no.
In Rebels.
In Rebels, you see them duel it out, but Obi-Wan supposedly killed him in Episode 1.
So what is he? What is he like? The Maul of a Million Lives?
I don't know, but all I know is that when George Lucas sold the rights to Star Wars to Disney, and they were talking about wanting to do the sequels trilogy, he handed them the scripts for all 3 sequels movies that centered around Maul as the major villain.
But
they used it in Rebels, so they played the card early, basically.
I thought when Lucas gave him the scripts, it had to do about the wills of the Force.
No, the sequels were supposed to have Maul as the major villain, and that the actual chosen one was not Anakin, and it was not Luke, it was Leia.
I could see that, but nothing, because when he wrote Splinter in the Mind's Eye, or when he used Splinter in the Mind's Eye, it was basically about Leia and Luke finding kyber crystals, right?
Yeah. And
we got to see a little bit of Leia's power in that book, and we never seen it in Empire or anything else. Just the one sequence in the rise of whatever, the rise of marketing. We're going to call it that. It's where the rise of merchandising that failed.
Throw another porg in there.
Yes.
Throw another porg on the fire.
I loved it with the Ewoks. The Ewoks were great. They died, when they were fighting the porgs. Chewie couldn't even eat one. I mean, he had one roasting, and the other ones he looked down, and they were all like, "Oh my God, you killed Ben!"
Right.
Why did you kill it? He was like, "Oh God, I can't eat it." Throws it out, and then Luke drinks blue milk or green milk. What color was it? Green.
It was green. It was green in The Last Jedi. It was blue in the original trilogy.
What in God's I like when they
now
do
you can order it at Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah, I haven't been to Galaxy's Edge yet. We have to. We got to go.
Okay, dude. December.
Yes.
What I'm about to tell you, I won't be able to let my kids watch this stream anymore because it'll spoil their Christmas. We are going down to Florida.
Okay.
December 29th to January 8th to take the kids to Disney World. And we're gonna go for dinner with Fours. And Ashley while we're down there. So
I'll join you.
If you can make it down there, definitely.
I'll be down there.
All right. Cool.
Dude, I live in Montana. I'm in Florida like every 3 days. I drive a semi.
Yeah.
So I pick up in Washington and then I head out. Right now the truck's in the shop down in Missoula getting hopefully a new turbo put in it. We'll see.
Again?
But, no, what happened was gotta keep my I had some work done onto it, and they removed some parts that were on it because it's an older truck, and in the process of that they didn't remove there was an issue with the EGR cooler where the cooler was actually sucking turbo fuel, like exhaust soot, and mixing it with condensation. It was getting into the intake. and so it really messed up the turbo. I wasn't getting good boost. Now I just picked up in Oregon last week. I picked up 44,000 pounds of Coca-Cola, not cocaine. My eyes lit up, and now I was like, "Whoa, yeah!" No,
party at Chris's house.
Yeah, yeah. For about 10 minutes. I've got a big straw. Whoa, Anyway, so and it pulled the three major passes. It pulled them with no problem.
Right.
But I noticed it didn't have the oomph that it normally has. Like I would know, I could pull that grade like Lookout Pass at about 50 miles an hour, and I was down to about 40.
Right.
And my truck's got a lot more power than that, so it was laboring, but it wasn't hating it. It's like, okay, this is a little bit. I got Corona, so it's good. We're just gonna make it over the head with a little bit of lung problems, and we'll be all right. And it never blew any soot out. It never did anything like that. But so that's the only issue I got going on right now. Is a bunch of codes, and it was all turbo lag. Right. So they took it apart. They said the third stage is, I got a 3-stage turbo. Runs about 40-something pounds of boost.
Right.
They said the third stage isn't operating. And I said that makes sense because it's kind of like you're at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and you got like a Mickey Mouse mouth, and all this food, you can't get it in. Because that's what it feels like. If you're real light throttle, it's got power, but if you put it down, it's like ain't got nothing.
It just bogs out.
It just kind of teeters.
Yeah.
Like us when we're old, we want to get up, we start creaking. You know how it is. When
yes,
you wait, you'll get there. When you're old and you start getting up, man, when you turn about 50, when you're standing on your feet, you're like, all right, whoa, we got this one. Woo! You don't have that normally. When you're younger, you're spry. But yeah, no, I want to go down to there. I delivered the landing ramp. Let's see, I delivered the landing ramp and the medical bays to Disney for the Millennium Falcon ride. And for the one that's out front, it was one of the display pieces. So I got to see all of that before it was even built. And I wasn't allowed to take a single camera in with me. They made me put my phone in my truck, but they let me walk around. Wow. So I got to see the whole ride. It was in three huge bays, three huge facilities that are next to each other. And I was able to walk through all the pieces. They were all in plastic still. And it was built in New York. Yeah, it was awesome. I got to do the virtual ride there, in the office.
Nice.
Before they even put it out with the public.
Sweet.
Yeah.
But I couldn't have my phone on me.
That's crazy.
Surprised you didn't have to sign a non-disclosure.
Right. Yeah, no, I was gonna say
he was not happy. Because I was joking around when I first walked in, I could see exactly. Well, and one of the things that's really cool, and I'll let you in on this too, is they have for the Falcon out front, they have the round radar dish. And
you were saying that, yeah.
I don't know when they're going to put it on.
Yeah,
but it was there. They had both of them, the square, long, rectangular one and the round one.
Yeah,
and I was like, that is cool. And because I'm working on something. I've got, I'm a Star Trek fan too, but we'll get back to Star Wars. I haven't hooked up sound to it yet, but I printed out some stuff.
Oh, nice.
That looks good.
And then I got the running lights. I'm going to hook sound to it, and I'm going to... So
that's sweet.
I printed out the engine, the actual engines for it, and then I meshed it in. There's 42 LEDs in the engines.
Wow.
Then I hooked up a recharge port. Yeah, I was bored. I'm like wiring all these flashing, blinking blue lights and white lights. I'm like, yeah, this is... I don't know if it's going to work. And then I wired it up. I was like, oh, kitty. I'm like, it worked. Yay. And I'm going to use I got to hook up a sound. I don't know what module I'm going to hook up to it. I got to do the cockpit. I'm going to do a couple flashing, and then a couple color changers, and then like pinhole into the plate that's behind it, so you get like the effect. And then one white LED, real light, like a 3mm, underneath to light the bottom of it, so you can see it. But I've blacked everything out, pretty heavy with some really decent black paint, so I'm not getting bleed through. So we'll see.
That's cool, man.
I'm not allowed to play with models till I get sabers built, though.
So we are at about 4 hours and 10 minutes.
I can see you fading, Jeff. I caught a couple yawns in there.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Dude, I mean, at this point, I have been up 18 hours.
Wow!
Because I got up at 4 o'clock this morning and went to the gym for 2 hours before I started my day. So, I think we're gonna call the live portion of this now. So right now, thanks to Elvis the Blues Brother YouTube, thanks to Chris the Jakku of the Junk Traders. Well, the real Jakku Junk Trader. That's a mouthful and a half on the screen there, buddy.
It's horrible.
Thanks to everybody that was on, all the usual suspects, Mike, Brandon, Max, Aaron, and thank you to Rei Kennex for being our special guest star at the beginning of this episode.
Yeah, she's awesome.
To everybody out there, on behalf of the Usual Suspects halftime show, may the force be with you and have a good night.